Ready? Order the Planning Commission meeting of July 15th, 2020. Would you please stand for the rise of the Pledge of Allegiance? And everyone mute your mic. I pledge allegiance to the flag.
Allegiance to the flag, United States of America.
One nation, and justice for all. Please remain standing for Commissioner Biagini to read the Statement of Values.
There's a lot of feedback. All right, thank you, Chair Becker. As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with strength, courage, and will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so that we may act in the best interests of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all.
Great, thank you, Commissioner Biagini. Okay, so as many of you know that this is a pandemic and that we are doing a lot of our meetings on Zoom, so I asked for our viewers and our commissioners and staff that there will be a 10 second delay often, and that we give a little bit of extra time for everybody in those delays. Okay, so moving forward, let's go to roll call. Elizabeth, can you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Casey?
Oh, sorry, I was muted. Present.
Commissioner Jain?
Here.
Chair Becker?
Here.
Commissioner Biagini?
Here.
Commissioner Cherukuru?
Here.
Commissioner Kelly?
Here.
Vice Chair Salame?
Here.
Thank you.
Okay, awesome. Thank you, Elizabeth. All right, there's no motion to excuse any commissioners tonight. Declaration of commission procedures. Public hearings are conducted by the chair in accordance with the following procedures. 1, the chair of the commission directs all activity during the hearings. All comments shall be addressed to the commission. 2, any item on this agenda may be continued to a subsequent hearing. 3, applicants will be allotted up to 10 minutes to present and justify their proposals. Staff will then follow the presentation of the item. Other speakers will be given up to 2 minutes. The applicant is allotted up to 5 minutes for rebuttal of comments. 4, no additional comments will be accepted upon the close of the public hearing, although the commission reserves the right to direct questions to any speaker on any matter. 5, special procedures and time limits may be applied to any items as prescribed by the chair. And 6, appeal of commission actions must be filed in writing within 7 calendar days. Copies of the current agenda and staff reports for each of the items on the agenda are available from the Planning Division office on Friday afternoon preceding the meeting and available online. A copy of the agenda packet is located on the table near the entrance of the council chambers should anyone be in the council chambers. Like I said, you can find the agenda online. Continuance is an exception. This is the part of the meeting that allows for the applicants, members of the public, or other interested parties to request an item to be 1, continued without hearing, 2, withdrawn, or 3, taken out of order. Are there any requests from applicants, the public, or the commission for a continuance or exception for any of the items on tonight's agenda? Elizabeth, is there anyone from the public?
No, no one is here in the council chambers.
Okay. Seeing none from the commission or the public, we will now move on to our consent calendar, but yes, we'll move on to the consent calendar. The procedure for the consent calendar is as follows. Consent calendar items may be enacted, approved, or adopted by one motion unless requested to be removed by anyone for discussion or explanation. If any member of the Planning Commission, the staff, the applicant, or a member of the public wishes to comment on a consent calendar item or would like the item to be heard on the regular agenda, make this request now. Items listed on the consent calendar with associated file numbers constitute public hearing items. Is there anyone that would like to? I see Commissioner Jain. You have your hand up.
Yeah, I would like to pull items 1B and 1C just for clarification.
Okay. So we have items 1B and 1C pulled. All right. Is there a motion to approve the balance of the, oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Biagini, you had your hand up too?
Yes, in the event Commissioner Jain doesn't ask the question, I'm gonna ask about 1B, pulling that. I'll say pull it, but I'll withdraw if he asks the question that I think I'm gonna ask.
Okay, so we're gonna pull item 1B and 1C. Is there a motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar?
Move that we approve the minutes, 1A, on
Second.
consent calendar.
Second,
All right, so we have a motion by Commissioner Cherukuru, a second by Commissioner Biagini to approve item 1A on the consent calendar. Elizabeth, whenever you're ready.
This is to approve item 1A. Commissioner Ikezi,
Aye.
Commissioner Jain,
Yes.
Chair Becker,
Yes.
Commissioner Biagini,
yes,
Commissioner Cherukuru,
Yes.
Commissioner Kelly,
Yes.
Vice Chair Salem.
Yes.
Thank you.
And that's approved unanimously, 7-0. Okay, so we're going to dive into item 1B. Commissioner Jain, you want to start us off?
Yeah, my question is simply that I think we've had discussions of these in the past, that these alcohol use permits, it doesn't really make sense for those to come to the Planning Commission. They could be heard just like ARC meetings are heard ministerially, and that would probably save the applicant a bunch of money for not having to appear and have them placed on agendas. So I wanted to understand from staff where we're going with that. And, you know, also these things list a 12-month review, and that also costs money, staff time and everything. So that could also be done ministerially.
Okay.
And
Thank
then
you.
finally, I just wanted to say that I really like the inclusion of the menus. You know, while we're doing these, I like to see the menus and see what's offered by these restaurants in our city. I sort of wish the applicants had little indicators that said what items were gluten-free, vegetarian, vegan, and so on. I didn't see those on either of the menus. That's just an aside.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Jain, this is Gloria Shara, your staff liaison, and I just wanted to comment on your question. So under the comprehensive zoning code update, there is a recommendation to include beer and wine licenses, and I believe even potentially the full alcohol if there's food service involved with the operation, such as the items you see this evening. So they're full service restaurants. And so going forward, those would be handled as an administrative approval, as you're mentioning, and be allowed by right, subject to various conditions that we'll have embedded in the zoning code. So, but for now, they're listed as a conditional use in the zoning code, and it would take a zoning code amendment to change that process right now. But because we have the comprehensive update pending, we're really not taking anything that as a separate item for a code amendment on an interim basis. So we don't have the authority to approve them ourselves at this point until the code is actually amended. So we're anticipating that hopefully by the end of the year.
Thank you. That's all I had.
Okay, Commissioner Biagini?
oh, hang on, okay, there we go. Commissioner Jain covered it, thank you.
Oh, he did. Okay. Commissioner Cherukuru.
That reminds us, so while it's not part of the agenda, do we have a timeline of when the zoning ordinance update would be coming forward? I know it was slated for February, March, COVID happened, but do we have a sense of the
Right.
timeline now?
I believe the current timeline is by the end of the year. So I think that's when they were looking for council adoption. That means that would come to the planning commission before that, but, you know, we're not that far away. So we can have a timeline, maybe a new timeline provided to you at the next planning commission meeting to give you an update on what the anticipated hearing dates and review by council are anticipated at this point due to the pandemic situation.
Thank you, Gloria. Appreciate that.
You're welcome.
All right. Thank you. Commissioner Jain, you have another question?
Yeah, I just wanted to understand when we go to sort of a ministerial process, how much approximately will that save the applicants? Because, you know, we're trying to get restaurants to survive in our city, and I'm pleased that 2 new restaurants are coming online, and but you know, restaurants are struggling mightily, and so if we can reduce the permitting costs for these, I just wanted to understand how much we anticipate this zoning update would save, and maybe it's worthwhile for us to just go ahead and do that as a separate item.
Okay. Perhaps our attorney can weigh in on this, where while we have adopted some guidelines for allowing the outdoor seating, there is a potential that some relaxation of the code can be done on an interim basis. We'll have to look at that internally in terms of scheduling. And if we anticipate that the code amendment is further out, perhaps that's a good way to go. As you said, between the economy, difficulty situations, and then the limited ability to operate, that could certainly be an incentive to and an assistance to private business owners. So right now, the minor use permit for beer and wine, I believe, is in the 5,000 range, but I believe a full liquor license is closer to 10,000, if I'm not. Debbie, do you know offhand? Yeah, so she confirmed that that's about the range. So that cost savings would then be would be fully available for the property or the business owners to save, since it would be allowed by right.
So you're saying that we could potentially save $5,000 to $10,000 per restaurant?
Yes.
By making this change now.
Mm-hmm.
Very good. Thank you.
Commissioner Jain. City Attorney, asking for some rules here. Can we go into item 1C and then motion to approve both of the items, or should we just dive into 1C or take each one individually?
Well, you've already pulled them off the consent there, so I'm sorry to be tedious, but you need to vote on each one separately.
Awesome. That's perfect. All right, so let's go and vote on item 1B first. But first, I have Commissioner Jain's hand up.
I move to approve item 1B.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve item 1B. Do I have a second?
Second.
Who was that?
That was Nancy.
Commissioner Biagini is
Yes.
seconding it. All right. Whenever you're ready, Elizabeth.
Okay, this vote is to approve item 1B. Commissioner Akasi?
Aye.
Commissioner Jain? Yes.
Yes.
Chair Becker?
Yes.
Commissioner Biagini?
Yes.
Commissioner Cherukuru?
Yes.
Commissioner Kelly?
Yes.
Vice Chair Salame?
Yes.
Thank you.
So that action is final unless there's an appeal within 7 days.
Okay, so that passes 7-0. And like Gloria said, that action is final unless appealed in 7 days. Okay, so let's move into item 1C. Commissioner Jain.
I move to approve.
Second.
Okay, and seconded by Commissioner Cherukuru. motion by Commissioner Jain and seconded by Commissioner Cherukuru. Whenever you're ready.
Commissioner Casey,
Aye.
Commissioner Jain,
Yes.
Chair Becker,
Yes.
Commissioner Biagini,
Yes.
Commissioner Cherukuru,
Yes.
Commissioner Kelly,
Yes.
Vice Chair Salame.
Yes.
Thank you.
That passes unanimously, 7-0. All right, thank you. All right, now we're going to dive into public hearing, public presentations. Elizabeth, are there any members of the public that would like to briefly address the commission on any item not on the agenda this evening?
And no, there are not.
Okay. And now we will, do we have to make a motion to close the public presentation?
No.
Actually, Mr. Chair, if I could just read the line about participation, if you wouldn't mind.
Absolutely.
If you're using the Zoom application tonight, you can either use the raise hand function in the Zoom application if you'd like to speak, or you can press *9 to raise your hand if you're calling in by telephone only. If you would like to participate in public presentation, please use either the *9 function or raise your hand using the application at this time. Alternatively, we have the e-comment function on the city's website, which you can use to type in your comments, although since we're about to close public hearing, we may need to reopen if you submit them at this point. But that's also available on the city's website.
Okay, thank you, Xander. Appreciate it. All right, so let's dive into the public hearing items. So the first item we have is item number 2, public hearing action on a variance for 3625 Peterson Way. And whenever you're ready, staff, go ahead and start your presentation.
So I'm going to turn this over to Debbie Fernandez, who's the project manager, and she'll be doing the presentation this evening.
Great, thank you.
Yes, go ahead.
Good evening, Commissioners. The project site's located at 3625 Peterson Way. It's a 14.5-acre parcel located in the office R&D sector of the city, just south of 101, and is presently developed with a single 2-story building, 218,375 square feet of office, surface parking, and with 841 parking spaces, site improvements, and landscaping. The general plan designation for the site is low-intensity office R&D, which is intended for office campus development up to 1.0 FAR of office. It is zoned in light industrial, and as you can see by both maps, they are in a sector that's pretty homogeneous, primarily surrounded by office R&D uses. There is a hotel to the north. There's some commercial development as you get closer to Bowers, but it's primarily office R&D. The application is for a variance, and it, in order to redevelop the site, to construct 2 8-story office buildings, each at 338,155 square feet for a total of 676,310 square feet at 129 feet in height for each building. It also includes a 1-story, 13,370 square foot amenity building, which would be designed as a flex use space for example, cafeteria or gym or conference rooms, meeting rooms, excuse me. Again, a flexible use intended for and designed for the tenants. specific needs. The amenity building is attached to a 4-level garage, which is located to the rear of the office buildings. Let's see if I can show you right here. There's the parking garage, 4-level parking garage. There's the amenity building. Here's the office buildings, interfacing Tannery and Peterson. It has the potential for pedestrian bridges, 2 pedestrian overhead crossings to connect the 2 office buildings, and would improve the site landscaping and includes on-site amenities for passive and active outdoor use. The site has an existing sidewalk. It's a meandering sidewalk, which is unique actually to this area in the office R&D sector. A lot of the adjacent properties, adjacent blocks have this as well, and the purpose of which has been to protect the existing redwood trees that are on the site. The project, this is a landscape plan, so you can also see the amenity spaces that are designed into the project, would include LEED Gold or equivalent in the site and building design. It would, it's required to implement a TDM plan. We do have a draft TDM plan for this particular site and this particular use, prepared by Hexagon Transportation Consultants. The project does include 69 EV parking spaces, plus 137 pre-wired EV parking spaces and 240 bicycle spaces per BTA design guidelines. The variance that I had mentioned again is for the 2 office buildings that is necessary to meet the FAR proposed and consistent with our general plan, and to maximize the outdoor space recreation areas. There's 2 sports courts, a bocce court, outdoor seating. The architect's presentation will go over in greater detail the site planning and the elevations of the buildings, but this is just a general overview. These are the renderings of the elevations. These particular renderings illustrate the potential pedestrian connection between the buildings, the 2 office buildings. I'm trying to zero in, but excuse me, here we go. Right here, levels 3 and 7, which really provides some architectural interest and articulation on the building. There are other renderings that illustrate these elevations without the pedestrian connections. It would be up to the developer and the tenant whether those bridges are constructed. This project will be going forward to design review for formal architectural review and approval. But as you can see, this is the south elevation, this is facing Peterson, and this is the interior perspective looking from the garage. Here's the railing of the garage looking into the north side of the building and the interior space. This would be the southwest corners of the building, and this would be the southeast. And those trees are existing. That's why they're included in these particular perspectives, and these are the trees that are going to be preserved. Our policy has been to require complete streets, but in this particular area, there's been a lot of development in the last decade that retains the meandering sidewalks for the purposes of retaining the redwoods. The redwoods are one of the protected trees in the general plan. There is removal of redwood trees proposed with this site development, and the reason for those is their fair condition, root structure, and water stress. The project does include linking the project site to the city's recycled water. The redwoods have been stressed significantly in this north sector of the city because of potable water, the minerals and salts in water. That will be improved with conditions. So this
Before
is...
we jump further, can I get one more comment and just a quick one? Please realize that your audio is ahead of your video. So when you use the pointer to emphasize locations or specific points of interest, it actually appears a couple seconds after what you said. So you may want to pace your presentation to give a little pause time with the pointer. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I wasn't aware of that. Thank you. So this slide here is a little bit busy to read, but I'm providing it so that you can see the building heights of the structures that are creating the variance condition. The building height to top of parapet is 129 feet, and up to the roof structure is 134.5 feet. The screening that is creating the increased height is actually exempt from the ordinance in the inclusion of height, elevators, roof screens. Those are exempt. So the application would be for the 129 feet. I did fail to mention that the project does include a zoning administrator application for alteration of the parking standard. They are requesting a universal parking stall dimension. That particular request is not under the purview of Planning Commission. It is a zoning administrator, and its purpose for the request is for uniformity and efficiency in the parking layout. So this is examples of the context of the neighborhood in which this project site is located. Again, the building's proposed at 129 feet. Variance is required because it exceeds the 70-foot maximum for the light industrial sector. But as you can see, there's quite a few taller buildings than 70 feet in this sector, and again, intended to conform with the general plan closer to the 1.0 FAR, some of which are up to 10 stories in height, which would be about 150 feet with 15-foot floor plates. So an EIR was prepared for this project and in accordance with sequence circulated for 45 days. It did identify significant unavoidable and significant cumulative unavoidable transportation impacts. These occur at 5 different intersections analyzed. We did receive 3 comment letters on the DEIR, the Draft Environmental Impact Report, one of which was from Valley Water, one was from the Native American Heritage Commission, and the third was from BTA. Responses to comments received on the DEIR were prepared and circulated again in accordance with CEQA for 10 days, and the final EIR is the conglomeration of the draft and the final. We did receive a post-agenda material comment from VTA, and you have that you received that today. It was specific to the TDM measures and incentives, employer incentives to improve transit use. Because there are significant unavoidable impacts, CEQA findings were required and statement of overriding considerations, and these were prepared. The findings are based on the general plan for approval, and they relate to supporting the policies of the general plan, which include high-quality design, enhanced landscaping, compatibility with the surrounding development, and public and private infrastructure improvements. The project also improves this currently underutilized property, consistent with the intensity of development envisioned in the general plan, and job growth. The building height minimizes the building footprint to achieve the general plan FAR, and promotes long-term sustainability by meeting legal equivalency standards. The FAR is slightly higher with the proposal. It's for the office use, it's 1.07. If you add the amenity building, it's a 1.09. There's discretionary policy in the general plan that allows a 10% increase in FAR for meeting the LEED Gold equivalency of which this project proposes and will perform. Additional findings to support the project, like I said, promotes quality job growth, supports higher intensity employment and campus development that can take advantage of transit opportunities by concentrating jobs along local and regional transportation corridors. And there's significant transportation corridors in the vicinity of this project site. Promotes multimodal transit use with the TDM plan to achieve a 25% reduction in VMT to support transit use. 10% of the VMT reduction measures will be from the TDM plan, and the 15% is site design and proximity to transit, and the amenities that are provided on site. The project would provide fair share contributions to the construction of local roadway and intersection improvements, payment of local traffic impact fees of close to $1 million, and improves the tax base and revenues to the city with redevelopment of the project site. Staff's recommendation is that the Planning Commission adopt resolutions to approve and certify the EIR, adopt CEQA findings in a statement of overriding considerations, and the mitigation monitoring reporting program, and to also approve the variance to increase maximum building height from 70 feet to 129 feet to construct the new 8-story buildings on the light industrial zone property. As I stated, we do have the applicants present from Boston Properties. They're here to do a presentation. Actually, they're in Zoom land to do a presentation. We also have the project architects. We have Hexagon, the transportation consultants, and David J. Powers, the environmental consultants. So I believe we also have their attorney as well available if there's legal questions. But I'm available that's the end of my presentation. So if you have questions for me, happy to answer those.
Thank you, Debbie. Appreciate it. Okay, we're going to start off with Commissioner Cherukuru, and then we're going to go to Commissioner Jain.
Thank you, Chair. Staff, so two items. The CEQA document alluded to 182 trees being removed. One, I'm missing the MMRP document. I couldn't get a hold of it. I apologize. I wish it was attached to the packet. Anyway, we are in a digital mode. I would appreciate in the future also an MMRP being attached if we are recommending adoption of the MMRP. But could you talk to what's the replacement ratios and why that many trees? I mean, trees once lost, you're not getting it back. And 182 is a huge impact from it.
Right. Well, the redwood specifically, it's because of some have to do with the conflict with buildings, but those are few. It's primarily that the area for the root structures constrained, they're stressed by water, and they're in fair condition. They're proposing, there's like 59 redwood trees, and they're proposing to remove about 30 of those. It's almost 50% of the redwoods. So those, but they are going to be they're going to be replacing the trees in excess of 2 to 1, and they're replacing it 24, 36, and 48-inch box trees. So we're getting a variety of sizes and species, and they are the ones that are primarily along the frontage are ones that are really to be retained. So it'll be the ones on site, in the parking areas that are conflicting with the footprint or in poor condition.
Okay, thanks. And so it's 2 to 1 ratio, and all of the trees are going to be planted on this site?
Correct. All of them will be planted. There's no off-site trees or in lieu mitigation requirements for this.
Okay, thanks. The second question I had is, what were the comments that we got from Native American, VTA, and the other two entities that so what was the summary? What was the gist of their comments to the DEIR?
Well, Valley Waters was interested in whether the project was going to hook up to the city's recycled water facility. So that was answered in the affirmative. Then there was other comments that were related to, if there's wells on the site, they need to be identified, and the response was that there were none. And the other was just that they didn't have any facilities in the project, on the project site. So they were fairly benign comments. They weren't in opposition or support. They were just clarifying questions. NAHC was primarily commentary for us to abide by state law for notification and mitigation, in which we have a whole cultural resources section in the environmental document that addresses the mitigation measures for in the event that archaeological resources are encountered, and having the requirements of what needs to occur on site during grading and excavation, construction. Then VTAs was, I'm drawing a blank. Gary might be, I'm sorry, Robert might be able to help me recollect what those were. You have in the, give me a second and I could look in the FEIR, because they are provided there. The FEIR and the MMRP were on the city's website.
Could staff send me the link to the MMRP? While
Pardon me?
an email is fine.
Oh, they want the link to the.
Okay, that was part of, it was in the agenda report. But that's we'll attach it next time, that's fine.
I believe it's attached to the report, though, because I have a copy
It was a
of it
slip
here.
sheet identifying the location, the link.
Of the document, but I believe the MMRP was part of this. Yeah, I see it. It's actually here. Oh, no, I apologize. That's the statement of overriding consideration, so.
Yeah, no, I didn't see the, I mean, I only word search. Really like to see the MMRP.
Yeah, I don't, I
This
can't.
is Robert Del Rio, Hexagon. Debbie, to help out with the VTA comment. The VTA comment requested verification that there would be financial incentives for the 5% reduction in trips that was utilized in the traffic study. So that is part of the TDM plan for the project, is part of the project's 10% reduction per TDM measures. So that response was provided to VTA.
And what was the fourth agency? I heard 4 agencies send comments.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. What was that?
What was the 4th agency? I thought I heard 4.
No, there was just
I
3.
could be wrong. There were 3. Okay. Okay, thank you. And if I can get a hold of the MMRP, that'll be great. Thanks. I rest my comments, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Cherukuru. Commissioner Jain.
Okay, so I understand that there are significant and unavoidable traffic impacts at 5 intersections, and that the developer is paying fair share. I believe fair share is defined as basically a certain dollar value per square foot, and it applies for basically every development.
No, the traffic impact fee is set on a square foot, but fair share is the proportional impact of the project's traffic impact is calculated. It's that then becomes a percentage of what the overall cost of that improvement is. Robert can explain, but it's not a set fee. It's based on proportionality of the impact.
Okay, yes, I would like Robert to explain, but what I understand is that for a number of years, Santa Clara was not charging enough traffic impact fees, and then we recently just raised them maybe a year ago. And I wanted to understand, are those the fees, or are there additional fees that the developer, the applicant, is paying because of these 5 intersections?
Hi, this is Robert Del Rio again with Hexagon. Briefly, the fair share contributions are to intersection-specific impacts that were identified. So I believe there was only 2 or 3 locations where that's the case. So the fair share, as Debbie mentioned, is calculated based on the proportion of traffic that would be added to these intersections by the proposed project in comparison to just total growth of traffic through these intersections. So that fair share contribution is in addition to the city's general traffic impact fee that's collected. So it's not when we mention fair share contribution in the traffic study, it's not a general traffic impact fee. That's separate. As Debbie mentioned, that's the traffic impact fee is based on the project square footage.
Okay, so I guess what I'm trying to understand is the traffic impacts are considered to be significant and unavoidable. And even these fair share contributions will not be able to mitigate traffic to below significant. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, that's a problem. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Jain.
And commissioners, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, just to let you know, I sent a link with the MMRP website to all the commissioners' emails.
Great.
And I had another question for staff. I'm sorry.
Good.
I'd like to understand the use of, it says I'm muted. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I'd like to understand the use of the amenity building. It seems like an ideal facility. I know we have at Agnews, when Sun Micro took over those buildings, some of those buildings were then made available for public use. Is there any consideration for making this amenity building available for the public?
That's something we should ask the applicant, whether they would be willing to offer that for, say, a certain number of days, a month, that kind of thing. That's really something we would need to get feedback from them about.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Jain. Commissioner Cherukuru?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to legal. Abe, I got the MMRP. So I noticed right off the bat that aesthetics was not included as an impact. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that question, please?
I noticed right off that the first MMRP, the aesthetics, so there were no impacts identified or known when we are going from a variance for 8-story building. There was no impacts identified or evaluated for aesthetics.
Not for height, no. Yeah, not for height. There's not any environmental impact associated with the actual height of a structure.
How about visibility from the adjacent freeways, building facade? What were the considerations to not, was height the only one? You did not look at the massing?
That's not an environmental impact, though.
And that's the whole purpose of aesthetics.
Aesthetics is analyzed in the EIR, but it is consistent with the surrounding, existing, and planned development of the area. So it's flat in that area. It doesn't obstruct any views.
You're muted.
Oh.
Sorry, I'm talking and I was muted. So what I was saying is that the aesthetics of the building is examined in the EIR. It has its own section in the EIR. The area is flat. It's consistent with the development that is present in the vicinity of the project site and planned for the project area. It utilizes materials that are consistent with the adjacent development, so it's compatible and doesn't create a visual aesthetic impact.
And so the variance, it was not, is it under the regulatory framework that it does not meet the current variance requirement then, from the EIR perspective?
That's a zoning code standard, so it's not, that action, the variance is actually a quasi judicial action by the planning commission. It's not a legislative action.
So basically, it at least meets the general plan. I'm looking in the EIR. There is the framework and the regulatory requirements that this project would need to abide by. And does it meet the general plan height or the general, use and the massing levels for aesthetics?
Well, the general plan doesn't have a maximum height for, it has an FAR, but it doesn't have a height maximum.
The development standards aren't normally included in the general plan. Usually they're either in a specific plan, if it's applicable, or they're in the zoning code. And because our zoning ordinance is basically more than 60 years old, it's very difficult to anticipate the type of development that was specified under the 2010 general plan. So until our codes catch up, where we will allow additional height to reflect the implementation of the general plan, it's difficult to be consistent. And we have had other variances to height for this very reason, because it's only one development standard. The other option is to go to a PD, but for one development standard, it doesn't really make sense. So that's why we're processed a variance in this instance.
Okay. I'm looking also under traffic, and I echo Commissioner Jain's concern. So the impact says the addition of project traffic would cause the Lakeside Drive and the Augustine Drive intersection to degrade from an acceptable LOS-C and D+ during the AM and PM peak hours to an unacceptable LOS-F during both peak hours, which would result in a significant impact to this intersection under existing plus project conditions and background plus project conditions. In addition, it also has impacts to Great America Parkway and Great America Parkway intersection, would again go to unacceptable LOS-F during the AM PM peak hour. So the question I also have is, so this was not evaluated with BMT?
No, because it predated that analysis requirement.
Okay. Okay. My questions. I'll save my comments. Thank you, Chair.
All right. Thank you.
And actually, Mr. Chair, may I just provide a little clarity on the BMT? Yes. Because I know it's fresh in everyone's mind since you just saw the BMT threshold of significance recently, and the City Council did adopt it at the end of June, and it's effective July 1st. But both the OPR guidance on the implementation of SB 743 and the CEQA regulations themselves say that if a document meets the content requirements in effect when the document is sent out for public review, then the document does not need to be revised to conform to content requirements. So in this case, we have an environmental document that was circulated in late February. So the circulation period predated the July 1st deadline for enacting our new VMT threshold of significance. As a result, we are still using the LOS standard for this document. It may be the last one you'll ever see. I'm not sure if we have any other in the pipeline, but just to clarify, the legal requirement for this one was still LOS when it was served.
Okay. Thank you, Xander. Any other commissioners have a question for staff? Seeing none, I'm going to ask my question. So my concern is about this whole entire general area. I mean, it's on the general plan, it's zoned as I think it was low, forgive me, I'm trying to look at the number, the color here. It's low density office R&D.
Low intensity.
I've been getting, yes. So my concern about it is I'm getting a lot of people asking me questions of why aren't we putting housing near 101 And I get other cities that are doing this. I see other cities doing the same thing, and they ask me the same question: why don't you guys put your housing near Highway 101 or that corridor? So, like, and this, for example, we're building another office building, and I kind of see this as an option of why don't we start putting housing with these office buildings along this corridor? Is there a reason why? I'm just curious for a little more knowledge about this.
Well, we're looking holistically at the city and have multiple focus areas and specific plans that we're looking for housing. But this would be an island if there's, what you want to not create just an island of housing. You want those services to support the residential, like schools and parks and retail. And we want to also protect our, tax base and economic engine in the city. So it's areas of the city have to also be protected for office and employment locations, as well as finding locations for infill residential development and preferably adjacent to transit.
Yes, and just to tear off what Debbie was saying, what she said is correct, that essentially we've already concentrated residential development and mixed uses in other areas. So we have two specific plans that are pending. That's Patrick Henry area and also Freedom Circle. And then we have also the related project. And so between those areas, and we have another pending general plan amendment for another project near, and then Kylie is also in play. But the ones that are actually promoted by the city, all those specific plans represent, more than 10,000 new housing units. So we would not put them in isolated patterns that are unrelated to, like as Debbie said, without the services to support that in the school system, the parks and everything. We still want dedicated commercial and office space to basically function for those reasons to, have a campus-like setting, and then have nearby residential. So we still have a number of units that are going forward and should provide enough housing for the workforce that would be employed in this area.
Good, yeah. It was mainly the concern of some residents that were asking me about Sunnyvale and how they were changing their areas, like basically this density, this office area, that they started converting these industrial areas also into housing and workspaces. So that was my main concern, because I was getting questions about these issues moving forward. But anyways, any other questions for staff? All right, seeing none, does the applicant want to start their presentation? And we'll give them, let's give them about 10, 15 seconds to get settled in.
Good evening, all. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. I think I'm ready.
All right, whenever you're ready, go for it. And remember,
Okay,
everybody,
great.
there will be a slight delay.
Okay, thank you. So good evening, everybody. My name is Tommy Chan. I'm the project manager for Boston Properties for this project. On the call with me tonight, we also have Aaron Fenton, who oversees our Bay Area development projects, as well as Craig and Evan from ArcTech, who are the project architects. So thank you, commissioners, staff, and the general public for giving us the opportunity to present to you tonight. We're very excited about this project, as it is our first project here in the city of Santa Clara. I want to first thank staff for all the tremendous work they've done on this project, and in particular, Debbie Fernandez, who's just been fantastic spearheading this project on behalf of the city. And I think I speak for the rest of the team, and I say that we look forward to continuing to push this project forward with everybody at the city. So before diving into the project details, I just want to give a brief overview of Boston Properties and a little bit of who we are as an owner. So we are a publicly traded developer and owner of mainly Class A office real estate, and we have a national portfolio with a presence in the Bay Area, Los Angeles, Boston, New York, and Washington, D.C. We're very much long-term owners and operators of our real estate, and we like to hang on to our properties. And so we like to embed ourselves within the communities where we have a presence. And as such, we commit to using local union labor on all of our Bay Area projects, and we would similarly do so on this project as we move forward into construction. So here in the Bay Area, we own and operate about 7.5 million square feet of Class A office space. That includes buildings such as Salesforce Tower and the Embarcadero Center buildings in San Francisco. We also pride ourselves on having strong occupancies within our portfolio and also our ability to attract strong quality credit tenants to our buildings. Additionally, we also have 5.8 million square feet of planned development underway, and that's primarily within Silicon Valley. And as I mentioned before, 3625 Peterson is our very first project in Santa Clara, and we're really excited to be presenting, and we look forward to being a part of the community. So next slide, please. Great, so 3625 Peterson is a Class A office campus with a total square footage of 690,000 square feet. The project is comprised of 2 buildings, each at 338,000 square feet, and a multi-story parking garage. The parking garage, as you'll see in the renderings later, it is a low-profile structure with an attached amenity building that's roughly 13,000 square feet. The commission had a question on the amenity building before, and I just wanted to quickly respond to that. So the amenity building will ultimately be controlled by the tenant that leases the space. It's difficult for us to commit to providing public access to the amenity building at the moment because we don't have a tenant currently signed on and leased to the project. In terms of parking, the project provides a total of 2,281 spaces between surface and structured parking. I also want to just say that our project is contributing our fair share towards the applicable traffic impact fees, and we'll be implementing any traffic mitigation measures that are outlined in our EIR. Additionally, the future employers at the project will also be required to provide a pre-tax commuter benefit using the Clipper Direct program, which helps to encourage VTA ridership. In terms of vehicle circulation, we have multiple access points along our frontages on Peterson, Tannery, and Lakeside. And then there are several architectural features that I want to point out tonight. So the first is that we've incorporated about half a mile's worth of pedestrian walkways all around the site. And then along those pathways, as Debbie already mentioned before, you'll be able to see the existing beautiful redwoods that we're retaining around our property. And we worked hard with staff to make sure that we were able to keep almost all of the redwoods. Second, the project includes an extensive landscaped courtyard, which is roughly 150,000 square feet or 3.5 acres large. We envisioned this courtyard to be highly amenitized with things like bocce courts, sports courts, seating, and just beautiful greenery and landscaping around. And then lastly, we also have included an optional bridge feature. This bridge allows us to connect the 2 buildings. However, the implementation of the bridge will depend on ultimately how the campus is leased in the future and also the needs and preferences of the tenants. So next slide, please. Okay, the project, so currently the project as proposed meets the city's general plan goals for FAR for low intensity office and is below the maximum site coverage ratio. So the current design has a 39% site coverage, which is consistent with campus goals. However, to achieve these 2 goals of the general plan, we are requesting for a height variance from the current zoning limit height of 70 feet to a proposed height of 129 feet, which is roughly 8 stories or equals to 8 stories. So we feel that the current zoning height limit is not compatible with the first 2 goals from the city of open space and density. And as you'll see in a couple of slides, this proposed height also fits into the context of the surrounding area. I also want to clarify that this height variance request is primarily for the goal of allowing us to reduce our building footprints on site. It is not a request to increase the FAR beyond what is the allowable FAR in the current zoning plan and general plan. So next slide, please. So the zoning variance request ultimately provides us with numerous benefits on the project. Namely, it allows us to reduce our building footprints. So reducing the footprints will allow us to create a generally better and more cohesive campus layout. And it also allows us to incorporate the design features that I talked about. So the pedestrian pathways, maintaining the existing redwoods, and just generally providing more open space on the project. The reduced footprints open up the site for a lot more landscaping and open space areas, which then reduces our non-permeable areas and also increases our C3 plantings. More open space also just provides for a healthier and safer environment overall on campus. And it encourages our tenants to stay on campus throughout the day, which then helps to reduce the vehicle trips that are generated from the project in total. And then lastly, I want to just go back to the context of the surrounding area. And if we can go to the next slide. On this aerial map, what we've done is we've highlighted numerous 6 to 8 story tall buildings in the immediate vicinity of the project. So specifically to the south across the street is the Palo Alto Networks campus, whose buildings, all 3 of them are currently 8 stories. And then to the east, we have the Santa Clara Square campus, whose buildings are also 8 stories. So as you can see, our proposed height actually continues to fit within the existing context of the surrounding area. So now with that, I'd like to pass it off to Craig from Architect to walk us through some of the renderings and design features.
This is Craig Almella from Architect. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Again, my name is Craig Almella. I'm the president of Architect, and I'd like to just kind of quickly support what Mr. Chan has discussed from Boston Properties. And what you see right now is the site that shows a public space for the tenant's use of 3 to 3.5 acres. There's also perimeter space that is also accessible of over a half a mile from this standpoint. And with great help from Debbie and Gloria, we have been able to preserve almost all of the most healthy redwoods. And as one of the commissioners noted earlier, a replacement exchange of over 2 to 1 for the tree count on site from this standpoint. The amenity building that's facing the garage does many things. Not only does it architecturally screen the garage from the 2 buildings, but it also creates amenity space uses for the buildings 1 and 2, similar to what we just finished on the campus for Service Now, not too far away on Lawson, where we potentially could have a fitness center and or a cafe on those 2 floors of the 2 buildings there that can support the use of the offices that are on site. Next picture, please. This is a picture from the corner of Tannery and Peterson, and you're going to see some double slides. And what you're really looking at is a great effort by city staff and the development team to design these buildings with and without bridge structures so that the buildings function depending on how the buildings are leased either way. So this photograph that you see right here, this rendering, reflects the buildings without the bridge structures along the streets. And if we go to the very next photograph rendering, you'll see it with the bridge structures. So go ahead, go to the next photograph, please.
Can we just make one comment? Chair, the presentation period has ended, so the commission, if they want to, can extend that presentation time to the applicant. So,
I'll wrap up in about 4 minutes.
Probably 2 or less.
That's perfect.
Okay. Thank you. We can go back to that last photograph. Okay, so this is a straight-on view from the Palo Alto Networks campus without and now with the bridges across, showing also the existing beautiful redwood trees that have been preserved, which is what helped define the entry locations specifically for that purpose. Next photograph. This is coming from Lakeside here, and you can see these are the 2 buildings from a street view driving down. This is without the bridge from this standpoint, and pretty much it speaks for itself. Again, the redwood trees are all being preserved. Next photograph. Okay, so this is a photograph also from ground level from Palo Alto Networks without the bridge, straight across, saving the redwoods, pretty much screened behind all the existing redwoods. And those are not Photoshop, those are actually from photographs. Next photograph, please. A very cool photograph right here. This is internal from the balcony of the garage, looking down on the 3+ acres of amenity space that will be utilized to help create in this world, a much safer environment because of all the outside seating gathering areas. Yes, so there's a lot of sport activities, but there's also a lot of seating areas for employees within the campus. This will also help keep employees on site, which will help morning and evening traffic counts. You can see between the two buildings, the Palo Alto Networks, off in the distance. They're the same height or same amount of stories. Next picture. That's architecturally, Mr. Chan indicated all the technical components here. This is the last slide relative to the architecture. I would like to say very much thank you to Debbie and Gloria, who have worked carefully with us for almost 2 years now to create a building that we're really proud of. So any questions for the architect or the developer, we're ready.
Okay, great. Thank you. Let's start with Commissioner Cherukuru.
Thank you for the presentation, and I'm sorry I didn't get your name.
My name's Craig.
Hi, Craig. I have 2 questions. One, I am concerned about the extensive use of glass, and I am actually disappointed that the aesthetics did not consider bird safety or any such precautionary across high-rise buildings. We are now looking to reduce the volume of glass, but all of the elevations that you just showed indicate it's going to be a high risk for bird safety. So that's one concern, and I'm genuinely hoping that staff has a different, or we address this through conditions that volume of glass be reduced. It is a huge energy, not just energy, it reflects a lot of sunlight. It is one of the tallest buildings in this neighborhood. There's only one other building that I see fairly close in height, which is way down Peterson Drive. Most of the other buildings surrounding it are barely 3-4 stories. So I am concerned that the aesthetics has not been adequately addressed, both in EIR as well as in the design features shown here.
Well, yeah, yes. First of all 3 Palo Alto Networks buildings across the street are 8 stories, so they're the same height. And all the Irvine buildings on the other side of the freeway right there are also that height as well. So there are quite a few buildings in this area. Now, when we're going to a LEED Gold building, it's kind of a misnomer with the amount of glass and how it affects energy, because the types of glass, the double painting, the different types of tinting, the types of R values and U values that we get in the glasses make the building as efficient as solid surfaces. So it's really more of an aesthetic issue or question relative to glass. And depending on the standards that the city of Santa Clara define, there's 3 levels of standards for bird safe building design. The first primary design is to make sure that you have no trees within 30 feet, because that is actually the worst component for birds, because they don't fly up high. What they do is they sit in trees and they see reflections in the mirrors, windows there. So we keep the trees over 20 feet away from the building spaces so they don't see the reflections. So I believe we've addressed that. We have different standards when we get up into Menlo Park by the bay and closer other areas in the bays, and we use the South San Francisco bird safe standards. But we're very concerned about the same issue that you are, as far as the birds are concerned and the energy is concerned. We can't get to LEED Gold without an efficient building.
I hope we reconcile that. I'm not fully bought into it, but thank you for the response. The second question is, why are you requesting a reduction in the parking standard?
I don't believe we are.
Why?
There requesting a universal parking stall dimension. They're actually overparked by 20, I think 25 spaces.
It's just the dimension of the parking stall. Under our current code, we only recognize standard and compact. And since that is not an efficient way to lay out, and most people park wherever they want to, we've traditionally used what's called a universal stall size. So they're uniform throughout the parking field. Makes it easier for everyone where and when to park. So that's what the modification is for, not the reduction in the number required.
Not in the number, I'm only looking at the standard size. So the standard is 9 by 18 and the request is to go 8 and a half or 8 to 18 or 19.
8.5 by 18.
Is that because they would like more parking stalls?
No, it's just a more efficient layout, but Craig could speak to that.
Yeah, if I might say, we try to use universal parking stalls, which is a hybrid between standards and compacts in every city that will allow us to do that. Because as Gloria mentioned, people pull into their parking lots with their big cars or their little cars, and they pull into the space that's closest to the front door, whether they should or not. So if we create the same size stall everywhere, that is a non-issue. It keeps all the cars compromised, and 60% of all the cars in Silicon Valley are compact sizes already. So it works better.
I beg to differ. The Teslas and the Odysseys, which is the rated, and the families that have, I am a driver. I'm not, by any means going to support that reduction, but I wanted to understand the rationale because the cars are still going to be in Teslas. If you've seen the recent sizes, and of course all the new electric models coming, they're not going smaller. I'd like to think they are, but they aren't as far as the on the road today. Even the traffic is impacted just by the sheer size of these vehicles. So I am concerned about the reduction request for the parking standard. So I'll just voice that concern and let my comments rest. I yield the floor, Chair. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Cherukuru. Any other questions for the applicant from the commission? Go ahead and raise your hand. We got Commissioner Jain.
First off, I've already expressed that I'm very uncomfortable with the traffic mitigations. I don't think that that the amount of traffic impacts are sufficiently compensated to the city. I would very much be interested in a higher mitigation fee, a voluntary higher mitigation fee, or an increase in the TDM reduction. I know you have 25%, but the traffic impacts really disturb me because we have new developments. I think there's a new apartment complex going on, what is it, Axis, what is that street along 101? Lakeside. So I'm not comfortable because as already indicated, even with the fair share, the traffic impacts are significant and unavoidable. Then a couple of other things that I had, I'm going to just list off all the things that I would, am interested in and having a discussion with the applicant. One is, it would be very nice if the amenity space were to be designed in such a way that it would be easy for the tenants to make those available for public events. So I don't know if there's anything that could be done in the design of those spaces to make it convenient for that. Now, I know you have these redwoods, and we talked about recycled water. Redwoods don't generally like recycled water because of the salt content is higher in recycled water. So I wanted to understand, in the era of climate change, things are going to get drier and drier and hotter. So it will be very hard to maintain redwoods. And then if you have the recycled water there, I was wondering if you had considered using the recycled water for the toilets. They're doing that all over San Francisco at this time. I know you guys, architect, worked on the ServiceNow project, and I really liked the screening of the garage there with the cane mail. And I was wondering if you were trying to do something interesting with the garage. Also, I know that Sobrato and ServiceNow decided to put solar panels on the top level of the garage, and I didn't see any discussion of that. And also whether there could be solar panels on a portion of the surface lot. I know a good part of it is shaded by those big redwood trees, but I wanted to understand that. And then related to bird strikes, if you look at your renderings, you'll see that it's you have corners that are all glass. And the thing that is very destructive to birds is if they can see all the way through the building because they think they can keep flying. So I don't know if there will be restrictions on sight lines through the buildings to protect the birds. Also, another thing that is very destructive to birds is if there are indoor plants inside the windows, because then the birds fly to those plants. So I think I know with triple glazing and everything, energy is not really an issue with glass buildings, but I am concerned about the bird strikes. Then finally, I am not really happy with the amount of EV charging. If you look at the 69 installed EV parking spots, that represents 3%. The pre-wiring of the 137 represents 6% for a total of 9%. And the city is now considering what's called a REACH code, and I was hoping that Elizabeth could pull up the REACH code. This is the table that has not been adopted, so I'm not saying that this is required, but this is where the city is going. So Elizabeth, if you could please pull up that REACH code.
Yes, give us just a moment, please.
While she's doing that, you might want to respond to some of these possibly. The other thing is that the FAR, the permitted FAR is 1.0, and this project has an FAR of 1.07, which is actually exceeding the FAR. And I know the document says FAR is a guideline and not prescriptive development standard, but it does exceed the FAR.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Jain. Can they answer the questions that Commissioner Jain had?
I can speak to some of them.
Go ahead.
Speaking specifically, I'll let Debbie respond to the 1.07 FAR because that is a staff approval component by a minor amount, and she can give you the specifics on that specifically. At this point, when we've designed the building or intending to design the building as a LEED Gold structure, as you probably all know, there are many ways to get to the 90 points, the 80 points that we want to get to. So we have to go through checklists to determine how much of it's going to be used through recycled watering, how much is it going to be through solar panels. So to say that we will do all of these things would be inappropriate at this point, but we will be evaluating all of them and we will have to do some of them. Typically on structures like this, we've been putting in all the infrastructure on top of garages for solar panels, but there's no guarantee that that's exactly what will happen. If we decide, for example, to go with recycled water throughout the site, there's a lot of ways to reach those goals. And those decisions will be made by the developer based on their critical priorities from this standpoint. But I can assure you that the intent is to get all the way to gold. So a lot of these things will have to occur. As far as the bird-safe building concerns, I know exactly what you're referring to on the corners and such, and there are ways with fritted glass and things like that. There are very specific standards on how to address that, and we will talk to the client about that after this meeting at our next design meeting, probably prior to our design review meeting from this standpoint. I think you hit it right on the button as far as solar panels on structures out on the surface parking lot. If you look at the surface parking lot, there's very little surface parking. Most of the parking is within the garage. So putting solar panels on the garage would be the efficient way to address that concern, if specifically when our tenants ask for these things. You hit it right on the button as far as the glass, the double pane, the triple pane, and the other types of U values on the glass. So we have the same concerns about energy as well. I don't know if there's other points. I can't speak to the traffic. I'll have to let Hexagon speak to those intersections and those components. That's beyond our purview.
While Elizabeth is pulling up that document, I had another question about the landscape courtyard. Will that be fenced off, or will that be somewhat available to the public?
Well, what I would say to that is, if you look at the ServiceNow campus that you're looking at, part of it is fenced off for security reasons for the users because they don't like things to walk off. And there is parts around the periphery that are open. It all depends on the type of tenant that's in the building, whether there's a single tenant in a building, whether they're multi-tenant buildings, whether it's a one tenant for the whole campus. I'm not really sure. I'll have to let Mr. Chan respond to that specific issue because I believe they want to maintain flexibility for specific tenants once they find one.
Yeah, similarly to the amenity space, the open area as well as the amenity space, we certainly attempt to work with our tenants in the future to make these more publicly accessible. But it's really difficult for us to commit to that right now because we don't have a tenant signed on. And that's certainly the way, if we were to sort of commit to that now, it does dramatically affect the marketing efforts on the project.
Okay. Well, I'm uncomfortable with so much sort of uncertainty about how the LEED Gold will be implemented, but I would like to go through this chart, Elizabeth, please. If you go to the bottom. It's not showing on my screen. Okay. So if you look at the last area here, what you'll see here is that it says electric vehicle charging stations, non-residential. And if you look at the very bottom of the center, the red, it says commercial with office use. Install level 2 charging at 10% of parking spots. Install level 1 circuits, that's just pre-wiring, in 10% of parking spaces, and a minimum 30% of spaces to be EV capable. So that defines the number of stations, and then often a station can be shared with two parking spots. So I consider this, the 3% and the 6% that you're offering, to be far less than where we're going. And if you just look at Tesla stock, it's on fire because EVs are happening. This state is committing to at least 5 million EV electric vehicles by, I believe, 2030. And we're even looking at banning fossil fuel cars at some point. Assemblyman Phil Ting is looking at that. So I don't know, have you, I don't know. I think that what you're offering here for EV charging is really inadequate. And then you have 240 bicycles, and the world is moving towards electric bikes. So I was wondering if you had considered putting outlets by your electric bikes.
So on the EV charging stations, so we're committed to LEED Gold, and so what we have proposed currently is far above LEED Gold standards. And then in terms of just beyond that to the REACH code that you're speaking to, Commissioner, our site does have the electrical capacities to add more EV charging stations into the garage as the demand for the EV charging grows over time. So we have the capability to do that. once the project is built and as we see how the demand comes in for electrical charging. And then in terms of outlets for bike stations, I don't think we have any issues with putting electrical outlets for bike racks for e-bikes.
Okay, so, there are 3 ways to define electric charging. There is EV chargers, there's EV ready, and there's EV capable. So it sounds like you have sufficient transformer capacity to add a number for EV capable. So you have the panel space and the transformer capacity to
That's
add
correct.
even more. Do you have any idea what that is? Can you commit to anything?
I do not have it off the top of my head. We'd have to look into that.
All right. Well, we're trying to get to 30%. All right. Thank you. That's all I had.
Okay, thanks, Commissioner Jain. Commissioner Biagini.
Oh, Mr. Chair, sorry, could I just jump in?
Yes.
I don't think Commissioner Jain had his question answered about the FAR standard. The applicant is proposing an FAR of 1.07, as you heard, which exceeds the city's maximum of 1.0. I think Ms. Fernandez mentioned there's a general plan policy actually that kicks in for development that proposes minimum LEED gold or greater equivalent. And that policy is 5.5.1-P6. And it says that when you have a LEED gold or greater equivalent, we should allow a 10% or greater increase in the maximum allowed non-residential square footage, provided that the intensity is compatible with planned uses on neighboring properties and consistent with other applicable general plan policies. So that would get you to 1.1 FAR if we were to apply that policy.
Okay. Thank you.
This is Robert Del Rio with Hexagon. Commissioner Jain also had questions about the traffic impacts and adequacy of mitigation. They want to just briefly go over the impacts to summarize. Under project level conditions, we identified a total of impacts at a total of 8 intersections. The project will provide mitigation at 3 of those 8 intersections that would deem their impact less than significant. The remaining 5 intersections are being deemed significant unavoidable as part of the environmental document. The project will be required, however, to provide fair share contributions at 3 of those 5 intersections deemed to be significant unavoidable. However, that impact will continue to be significant and unavoidable even with the fair share contribution. We'll point out that at each of these significant unavoidable intersections, the 5 of them, 4 of the 5 have been identified to be impacted and deemed significant and unavoidable as part of EIRs for other development, including City Place and Santa Clara Square. So it kind of provides a picture of, the fact that there are other developments included in the baseline conditions that we're evaluating this project against. And there have been impacts identified at these same intersections previously. So, the environmental document is deeming these intersections, even with the fair share contribution, significant and unavoidable. Commissioner Jain mentioned that he was uncomfortable with the amount of traffic impact fees collected. Again, that is separate from the required mitigation at specific intersections. That is being collected as part of the size of the development based on its square footage. That's a city policy that is separate from the evaluation of the project's impact at particular intersections based on the amount of traffic that is being added or trips being added. I think that's all I had on that.
Okay, Commissioner Jain, you want to rebuttal to your questions that you were asking?
Yeah, I just wanted to say the fact that we made a mistake on other projects and let them go through with significant impacts doesn't absolve this project from making the same mistakes.
Okay, Thank you, Commissioner Jain. Sorry about that, Commissioner Biagini, but go ahead now.
Not a problem. I want to start off with a comment that has to do with aesthetics. Bird strike set aside, because that is a concern. But I am just not fond of all the glass buildings being brought up, and I'm trying to understand why glass boxes seem to be the thing to do these days. Now, that said, more important to me is I am very uncomfortable with the traffic impacts. I mean, I understand 8 intersections, 3 of them you can bring below, but that still leaves 5 that are unavoidable. I understand the just made comments about the fees, but the fees aren't something that reduces the traffic in that area. So I would feel far more comfortable with an increase in the TDM, something that reduces VMT to more than just 25% because of the significant impact in traffic in that area. And I appreciate any comments from the applicant.
So in response to the glass design, I just want to say that, glass generally provides a lot of natural light into the buildings, which, especially right now, really provides much better health and wellness for the occupants of the buildings. And in terms of the traffic, we are abiding by the EIR and providing for our fair share and implementing any mitigation measures, as outlined in AERR. There's a significant amount of development projects taking place in the city, and I think that there are also items identified on the EIR that are potentially also shared impacts from our project and other projects as well.
Okay.
But we can look at opportunities in TDM to continue further reducing our traffic impacts.
I understand about glass that you explain, but that doesn't go to where I'm talking. So it has to be 100% glass box all the time? I don't think so. But that aside, that's an aesthetic. As far as the traffic impacts, I'm going to say it a little differently than what Commissioner Jain said. But let me put it to you this way. Every project judged on its own merits. Okay? And I do think that there needs to be something done better to reduce the VMT. And looking at it is one thing, doing something about it is another. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Biagini. Vice Chair Salim.
Maybe it's a better way of saying, can you commit to something?
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Let me echo Commissioner Biagini's concern over the volume of glass. I understand the applicant's logic and perspective on it, but I understand the issues around solar gain and natural lighting is good, but at the same time, you're going to be needing to add shade mitigation and other aspects internally as well as externally to avoid certain daytime impacts of the sun. Just consider some other textures or content to the surface so that you don't have a giant glass box, because I think right now also there is some change in the surface dimensions and some massing that's really okay, but it could be done a bit further with material changes on the surfaces. And it doesn't have to be non-transparent. It can also be transparent, or it could be done with perforated shades. And you'll find that the overall effect would be probably even better than what you have. I just hope the architect goes that extra step and looks at the other options in that area. I'm disappointed in the amount of EV charging. It's not just because it's what we meet now and what was in the elite gold standard. It's the trend that we have to look forward to. Building isn't a one-year building. It's going to have to live for a very long time. And therefore, we should be looking ahead to the increased trend towards EV and EV charging requirements especially for our commercial buildings. The retrofitting that I experienced at Intuit was
just shocking how much they had to tear out to go back and re-add in sufficient EV, and it never reached the demand level. EV went in 2011 from 1 car to 2020 to about 50% of the cars in the parking lot. That's dramatic. Anyway, that's my comments. They can respond if they like. It's just comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair Salam. Would the applicant like to respond to his comment?
I can respond to the EV charging again. I think what we can do is look into making additional EV parking spots to be EV charging ready and incorporating an infrastructure as the commission has stated before, that there's sort of different levels of EV charging, and we can certainly look at increasing potentially the EV ready number.
Okay, thank you, Tommy. Commissioner Ikezi.
Chair, I like to echo what my fellow commissioners have said about the traffic and the need for even more PDM. This area is getting built up really quickly, and the traffic is going to get worse and worse. There's already a huge housing development going in that Irvine is building within a mile. So maybe there's an opportunity to work with them to link housing and office people who are going to be working in this building, if it were to be approved. So I'd like to ask if there's some way the applicant can commit to higher TDM.
So we're currently required for all the phase 1 TDM implementation, but we want to look at, we can take a look at the phase 2 TDM measures that have been proposed in the EIR and see if there are additional things that we can commit to at this time and maybe incorporate as a phase 1.
Can you, what does phase 1 mean?
So Hexagon, could you help me there, just with the definition?
So the TDM plan that's been prepared for the project, breaks up the TDM measures into 2 phases. Phase 1 is what the project would be proposing to achieve a 10% reduction in VMT or trips. And there's a list provided in the TDM of those measures. Phase 2 measures would be implemented if it's found that the phase 1 measures do not achieve the 25% reduction. So I guess what's being recommended is that maybe some of the phase 2 measures be moved to phase 1 as the project is occupied.
Okay. So what you're saying is maybe you can start off with more aggressive plans initially, but you're not offering to commit to a higher trip reduction.
Well, the incorporation of the phase 2 improvements our estimates show that it would result in a total reduction of about 25%. Sorry, I misspoke there. That it would result in a greater reduction in 25%. So by moving the phase 2 improvements into phase 1, you're achieving a greater reduction than the required 25%.
After phase 1 and phase 2 are all implemented.
Right.
How high is it going to get?
We don't have an estimate for that. We're estimating that the phase 1 improvements can achieve a 25% reduction. So,
okay, maybe this is something that we can discuss once the public hearing is closed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Ikezi. Commissioner Kelly.
All right. Quite honestly, I'd really like to see housing plan for this area. We're building so much office, and people keep asking, why aren't we putting housing in closer proximity to where the office is? I don't have an issue with the height. I would like to see better mitigation for the bird strikes. All glass seems to increase the number of bird strikes. As far as traffic mitigation, I would love the companies in this area to get together on a shuttle to take people to light rail and to major thoroughfares like the El Camino. And I think in the very near future, with autonomous vehicles, electric self-driving shuttles to take people to and from can dramatically mitigate traffic in this area where we have a large amount of office. So I know we currently don't have a plan for it. I think the council should have a plan for self-driving vehicles, at least shuttles, in this area in the near future. I've seen other cities come up with plans. I just think, you know, if we're going to mitigate the traffic issue in this area. That said, increasing office in this area, I particularly don't have an issue with it. I would just like to see more housing also planned in close proximity to the office. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kelly. Commissioner Jain?
Yeah, I wanted to echo what Commissioner Akezi had said, was that I believe what you were saying was phase 1 would achieve 25%, and you're saying that phase 2 would get greater than 25%. And I want to know that you have to have a number for that, because we have to know what is the impact on the intersections of phase 2. Somebody must have modeled that, because otherwise we don't really know if that's going to solve presumably it's been modeled, and you're saying that even after phase 2, it's significant and unavoidable on 5 intersections. So I want to get a handle on that. The other thing is that I like Commissioner Kelly's idea of a transportation management agency, and I want to know if there would be a contribution or if the city were to implement one, whether the applicant could commit to putting in a fair share contribution to a TMA. Thank you.
Hi, this is Robert Del Rio again with Hexagon. In regards to the TDM and achieving something greater than the required 25%, we've got to point out that the TDM measures are not being utilized as mitigation for the identified intersection impacts. Per city policy, that's not allowed. So there really isn't a relation between the TDM plan and its measures and the identified 25% and its effect on the intersection impacts. The intersection impacts presumed only a 5% reduction in trips. So the impacts could be said if the 25% is achieved via the TDM, that the identified impacts are greater than what may realistically occur. But you know, the CEQA consultant can speak to whether why TDM measures are not utilized as mitigation for identified impacts. But there's issues with ensuring that those TDM measures and those goals can be achieved as part of the project.
I would like to understand from the CEQA consultant how it could possibly be that adding TDM measures would not reduce impacts on intersections. That boggles my mind.
This is Shannon George from David Powers and Associates. It's difficult to relate TDM directly to level of service impacts, because while, you know, there are percentages that you have to try to achieve, there's no guarantee in any way, shape, or form that the TDM measures will be maximized and utilized to 100% by the persons with utilizing that land use. So we can't say for any certainty that the number of traffic trips would be reduced by any certain number. And without being able to quantify what those reductions could actually be in perpetuity, then we can't say that the impact's been mitigated. So there's not a direct correlation between the TDM measures and the reduced trips from that and the actual impacts to the intersections, because quite frankly, even if you give someone a transit pass, and even if they use it part of the time, they could still choose to drive to work at any particular day. So it's not 100%. That trip is removed from the roadway.
That makes zero sense to me, because you're doing trip counts. You're actually getting out there and counting trips. So you count peak hour trips and you count per day trips. So I don't understand how that works.
Well, those peak hour counts are traffic that is on the roadway system.
No, it's from the parking lot. You sit there in the parking lot and count how many trips leave the facility.
No, not necessarily. We are utilizing trip rates that are provided by research material that's utilized across the nation to estimate trips for any particular project, including this one. So all office development within the city has utilized the same trip rate. That trip rate does not account for TDM measures. Again, it could be that there's aggressive TDM measures implemented at a site that was surveyed. So we don't know exactly what TDM measures might have been implemented at any particular site that was surveyed to come up with those trip rates. However, it's presumed that those TDM measures are somewhat minimal. So we're not counting individual sites or site driveways to come up with the trip estimates for these, and that does not account for TDM measures.
So what do you do in your annual reports? What are you reporting there?
I don't understand annual reports.
We're supposed to report annually on your TDM.
On TDM, those are you're right. There's driveway counts that were completed for the TDM plan that the project will have to complete. That's separate of the traffic analysis and the identified impacts.
Okay, I sort of get it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Jain. I'm hearing a lot of the same thing, and I know you guys are going to hear the same thing, the echoing. I have to agree with Commissioner Kelly on this. I mean, this is an area I think that we should really start putting housing into and start working with office and housing, because get it out of the neighborhoods, get it into areas that are away from single-family homes. But that is just, I think, both myself and Commissioner Kelly's preference right now. I think it's actually a really good idea. But looking at a lot of what my other commissioners were saying, I mean, we're getting back to glass. I mean, I had a lot of concerns about the glass, mainly because I work in a building that's a LEED Gold. I haven't been working there since the pandemic started, since we've been working at home. But the building is the San Antonio Village. This building looks exactly like the building I work in. It's all glass. It's pretty much a top grade building. A lot of less energy being used in this building. But the glass, I think, is getting a little overdone. I think it's, not only bad for birds, but from a scriptwriter point of view, it's kind of a bad place for a zombie apocalypse. I'm just kidding. But getting back to the glass, I think it's just, we're overdoing it. And I've been hearing also about a glass shortage. So I'm kind of not becoming a major fan of glass. I mean, I love certain aspects of it, how we can have glass, but it's just a little too much, I think, for my taste. And I think it's also a little too effective for the birds, reiterating the concerns of Commissioner Cherukuru and Commissioner Biagini. For EV chargers, the building I'm in, which is a LEED Gold, like I said, we haven't been there since the pandemic started, but when we were there, there was always a fight. I don't have an electric car, but there was always concerns over a fight for EV chargers at the building, and there wasn't enough. And there was questions about, are they going to be implementing more? So I would really definitely like to see more EV chargers being put into this building, into this design. the same thing from all of my commissioners, which is I think we need to increase the TDM and we need to reduce the vehicle miles traveled, the VMT. And I'm not singling you as a developer out or your project, but our commission, our council, we're starting to change a certain tone now to where we're trying to get what we really want out of a project and what we want to see benefit our community. So I'm not, trying to single you out, and I don't think the rest of my commission's trying to single you guys out. It's just we really want to see a little bit more impacts to our community, and we really don't want to see traffic being a problem anymore around here. We want to solve the problem and not increase the problem. So those are basically my comments and concerns. I mean, if you can, I think you already elaborated a lot on what was going on with glass and birds. But if any of my other commissioners have any other comments, I think we should hop right into the public comments.
Chair Becker, this is Craig.
Yes.
Can I respond to a couple of your comments?
Yes, go for it.
Okay, just a couple of things. I have absolutely no problem. We do a lot of bird-safe building designs all up and down the peninsula. Bird-safe building designs are broken into 3 different levels based on the amount of habitat. We're very, very remote. However, I have no problem recommending to our client to bring on a bird-safe consultant to help us evaluate anything that might mitigate that scenario, because typically bird issues are from 30 feet down, but a consultant can help us with that. So I'll make that recommendation. As far as breaking up the glass to help that, as also breaking up the band, whether it's going to, some spandrel configurations or some opaque glass scenarios, so it doesn't look so much like a glass box. We can also evaluate that as well with our client, especially as we're getting ready to go into design review. So we'll have an offline conversation on both of those subjects to try to address. I can't speak to the traffic thing, but I believe that Shannon and Hexagon have. So I just wanted to add those 2 comments to what the last couple commissioners have said.
Okay. Last thing I wanted to add for you guys to, put down in your notes too is I think Commissioner Vice Chair Salem had mentioned it. It's about shade. And that is something I noticed out in the campus I'm at, which is brand new. There's not much shade. You have to use the building to go hide, to get some shade. So that I think is something that I would like to see a lot more too in this area. Okay, so let's seeing no other commissioners' hands up. Mr. Craig, can you mute your mic, please? Thank you. Okay, so seeing no other commissioners' hands up, let's go ahead and jump into public comment. Is there any public comment or any comments to be read?
And Mr. Chair, I'll just throw in the same language I said earlier. If you're using the Zoom app, please use the raise your hand function at this time if you'd like to speak as a member of the public. If you're calling in via telephone, please press *9 at this time to raise your hand. You also have the opportunity to submit e-comments via the city's website. Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no hands, no calls. Elizabeth, we don't have anybody on the line and we don't have anybody with a comment?
No, there's no one in the council chambers who has comments.
Okay. Seeing no, I have, okay, so is there a motion to close the public hearing?
I move to close public hearing.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Jain. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, seconded by Commissioner Biagini. We'll take a vote on the close to the public hearing.
Commissioner Akezi?
Aye.
Commissioner Jain?
Yes.
Chair Becker?
Yes.
Commissioner Biagini?
Yes.
Commissioner Cherukuru?
Yes.
Commissioner Kelly?
Yes.
Vice Chair Salem?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, and that passes unanimously, 7-0. Okay, let's go to deliberation. First up is Commissioner Jain. Commissioner Jain?
Sorry, I was trying to find the unmute.
Okay.
We are asked to be doing two things today. One is to approve the EIR, and one is to approve the variance. And the EIR is asking us to adopt a statement of overriding considerations, meaning that the financial impacts to the city or benefits to the city override the significant and unavoidable impacts. And I don't believe that I can make that determination. I think that the traffic impacts need to be handled better than the applicant is doing. So I don't believe that I'm going to be able to make that determination. Then, we're being asked to approve this height variance, which is basically adding intensity beyond what was really in the general plan for this area. So I think that there are some benefits that I would like the applicant to propose to the city, and that's basically my comments on this. Thank you.
Commissioner Jain, if I could just clarify that because of the application of LEED Gold, and that would be a condition of approval if this project was approved, then the applicants or a project can exceed the FAR of the 1.0. So it isn't exceeding it because there's that provision for the LEED Gold compliance.
I understand. The variance is really for the height.
Yes.
That's what they're asking for. And that's not the FAR. I understand that.
Okay.
Is that all, Commissioner Jain?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, let's go to Commissioner Cherukuru.
I do second Commissioner Jain's comments here. My concerns, I do not believe this project is in its current state as presented is in the good interest of the community. It may have its financial, but I still think it's not the right type of project. You're asking for a significant increase. It does not meet the general plan as is today, which was low intensity. This is not low intensity. FAR 1.07, albeit a reason. I am not convinced the aesthetics of this project has been fully vetted or the mitigations appropriately addressed, either in conditions of approval or in the mitigations itself. I do not believe, again, the ask for increased number of floors and its direct impact to traffic are not really what I think suit the community. Prior baselines, yes. Again, significant adverse impacts, yes. It's pretty much the state of LOS, but I do not believe that just ignoring that fact is going to help the community or the city in any way. So I do not support that just because we can mitigate it, but still we approve 4 stories of increased office capacity and thereby the traffic impact is not the right way. So a variance is basically saying we are granting the variance and thereby we are ignoring the impacts for traffic already impacted. So I don't believe that it justifies the impact. I do not also, I feel that we do not have enough mitigations for PDM. We do not have enough quantifiable EV charging stations, solar recommendations, and I do not believe that the parking standard should be reduced to the universal size. So for all of these reasons, I'm not able to support this variance or the EIR today. So I rest my comments. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Cherukuru. Commissioner Ikezi.
Unlike two commissioners who've already spoken, I like the project itself. I think if we were to have high density office, then this is the right part of the city to do it. And I agree with Commissioners Jain and Cherukuru that we need more EV stations and we need better trip management. So if the applicant, I would like to recommend that the variance be approved, or I don't know if we're recommending to the council, provided that the applicant can commit to a higher percentage of trip reduction and higher number of EV stations. Yeah, okay, that's it. Thanks.
Mr. Chair, for clarification, the action you're being asked to approve tonight is actual approval of the variance. This is not a recommendation, but rather.
Okay. All right. Okay. So yeah, I mean, I support the variance if the applicant can sign up to those two things that I mentioned, because in recent months we've been revisiting the DAPs for the related project and other projects, and we're always saying, why didn't we sign up for some higher TDM? We're always behind the curve, so let's step ahead of the curve. Thanks.
Okay. So, I see where you're heading with that, Commissioner Ikezi. Would you like to put that into a motion?
Maybe after everyone has spoken. Thank you.
Okay. Let's go to Commissioner Biagini.
Hi there. I want to echo the concerns of my fellow Commissioner Cherukuru and actually one-up it with the comments from Commissioner Ikezi. The more floors do mean more traffic, and my interest really comes down to traffic. Since there isn't right now, I think the residences to keep up with the office complexes, add to that particular area, add to that the concerns about unable to reduce traffic mitigations. Those are my concerns, which makes me unable at this point to be okay with the first recommendation. Should those be addressed, and I realize this is a long process and the developer has been at this for quite a while, and I understand that, but should the traffic mitigations be adjusted in a way that dealt with the reduction of traffic or the increase of the MTs, I might be much more inclined to at least approve the variance to increase the height. But right now, it's just really not something that I think is conducive to the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Biagini. Okay, so I see here that Tommy Chan, your hand is up, but the public hearing is closed right now. So I'm going to ask, would the applicant like to respond to Commissioner Ikezi's proposal if they would be interested in that?
Yes, I'd like to respond.
Sure, go for it.
Sure. So we hear all of the commission's comments, and I think that at this point we will commit to the higher amount of EV stations, and we'll also commit to a higher TDM reduction percentage. We can try to aim for a minimum of 30% VMT reduction, if that satisfies the commission.
I'd like to ask for 30% in phase one.
Okay. Would the applicant be interested in that?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to go to Vice Chair Saleem first, and then we're going to come back to Commissioner Ikezi. Vice Chair Saleem?
Okay, I'm really just going to voice support for those modifications. I think the project is nice in its amenities, and it just falls just a little short of community concern when it comes to traffic and it comes to EV. So I would be more amenable to what Commissioner Ikezi is suggesting. That's it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Vice Chair Saleem. Okay, so Commissioner Ikezi, before I go to Commissioner Jain and Kelly, would you like to put a motion on the table?
I'd like to know how many EV stations Commissioner Jain thinks is appropriate, since
right.
the applicant is willing to increase the station
Okay.
count.
Okay, so Commissioner Jain, would you like to respond to Commissioner Ikezi?
Ideally, I'd like to see what's in the REACH code. I'd like to hear from the applicant to see if they would be willing to meet what's in the REACH code.
Okay, applicant, you're permitted to answer his question.
So we'll commit to having EV charger ready stations up to the REACH code.
Okay, so what I'm looking for is 5% chargers, 10% what's called pre-wired. So you have the outlet there. I mean, you have the conduit and the wiring, and then up to the REACH code for what's called EV capable, meaning the transformers and circuit panels. Is that acceptable?
Yes, I believe that's acceptable.
Okay. Then a couple of other things that I wanted to get sort of confirmation of was that you will bring on a bird safe consultant on this project, and that you will be evaluating some sort of banding of the glass to not make it just one big glass wall, and then you would be putting in outlets for the bike parking. Is that correct?
Correct. We'll commit to the hiring the bird safe expert, as well as looking at the facade to potentially reduce glass, and then also the electrical outlets for the e-bikes.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to firstly approve the EIR.
Okay, we have a motion to approve the EIR. And now we're going to have to do these separately, or can I just start taking motions and then we do it separately?
I have a question. I'm sorry.
Commissioner Jain, what's your question?
I just, the EIR has the 25% in it, and I am uncomfortable with approving just the EIR with that number in there.
So would you like to reduce? Would
So
you like to hire?
Xander, is there a way to make a modification to the EIR to say that I accept it with this 30%?
I think just to clarify, and I think Shannon George could speak to this, the EIR just describes what our current thresholds are, and so it just has an analysis based upon that metric. That doesn't prohibit you from adding a condition of approval to increase that amount. Shannon, do you want to comment on that?
Yes, this is Shannon George. I would agree with what Gloria has said, that above and beyond anything that we've identified in the EIR, either mitigation or conditions, and the analysis that we've done in our conclusion, any additional conditions can be made. They don't need to be reflected in the EIR so long as they are in the public record for the project and the city is able to implement them through their process.
All right, but let me just add on to that if I could.
Sure,
Mr. Becker. I agree with what Ms. Shara and Ms. George said. We wouldn't be changing mitigation measures at this point. That would trigger recirculation. But you're being asked tonight to adopt a statement of override. Basically, the benefits to the city outweigh the adverse significant impact. And so perhaps the way to address your concerns, Commissioner Jain, is that in the CEQA findings that you're being asked to adopt, the statement of overriding considerations, you make an additional finding that because the applicant tonight has committed to these additional factors, the charging stations, the bird safe glass, the outlets for bicycle parking, and whatever else he said, that based on those things, you are now able to find that, yes, there is a justification for finding that the unavoidable impacts are outweighed by the benefits to the city. I think that might be the way to frame it, because otherwise, based on what you said earlier, it sounds like you were not convinced that you could make the statement of overriding considerations.
Yeah, I like adding those conditions to basically say, because these things have been added, now we find that the economic benefits and other benefits override what we believe are the impacts of these new conditions.
So just to flesh that out a bit, the statement of overriding consideration contains a set of bullet points at the very end of the document. And they're things like, the project will promote job growth within the city. The project will promote long-term sustainability by meeting LEED Gold standards. The project will enhance the tax base. We could simply add a few additional bullet points. The project has committed to providing 5% chargers, 10% pre-wired spaces, and up to the reach code for EV-capable spaces, et cetera. If that meets with whoever makes the motion's approval.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Xander. Since there hasn't been no second on my motion, I'd like to withdraw my first motion that I just made and move on to the second item, which is the motion to approve the variance provided with the conditions that the trip reduction be 30% in phase 1, that the EV station count meets the reach code, which means 5% charging stations, 10% pre-wired, and I forgot what's the EV capability
EV
everywhere else.
Up to the reach code, yeah.
Oh, up to the reach code. And that
or the proposed reach code.
The proposed reach code,
yeah.
And that the applicant hire the bird safety consultant and incorporate the recommendations of said consultant before this project goes to the design review. And that the glass panels be design be reviewed, reevaluated, and modified if necessary, and that the bike parking outlet be added.
And this is Alexander Abbe again. Sorry to throw cold water on all this, but those are great suggestions, Commissioner Casey, and I wrote them all down. I would suggest, though, you still need to do the EIR reso first. Unfortunately, we can't act on the variance until you've already made the environmental determination. So you can, I wrote all the things down in case you want to make that motion for the variance as well, but I would just suggest you include those in the CEQA finding and then also make that same recommendation for the variance if that's how you're inclined.
Okay, let me do that. So I withdraw that motion, scrap that motion I just made.
Okay.
I go back to the first motion, which is to approve the EIR with the finding that the overriding concern of the unavoid has been addressed. With all the bullet items mentioned in the resolution, plus the modifications to the project that the applicant has agreed to make for the project.
Okay, so we have the motion. Commissioner Jain, your hand is up. We have a second.
Yep.
Okay, Commissioner Biagini and Cherukuru. First, Commissioner Biagini.
I just wanted to make sure we have our motion straightened here. Xander on here a bit. We could make the same motion of approval with all the inclusionary bullets that you've thoughtfully written down so we don't miss any. I think pretty much Commissioner Casey had them all. I just want to make sure we line up our motions correctly so that we don't A, miss anything, and B, put it in the wrong place.
Okay, so Commissioner Biagini, I'll go over it, and please, anyone interject and tell me if I'm wrong in the motion. But so far, the motion is to approve the EIR, the first item by Commissioner Ikezi, and it's going. What was that? Sorry about that.
And certify.
And certify. Okay, so we have trip reduction, glass panel reevaluated, bike parking, 30% in phase 1 for the EIR. We have 5% chargers, 10% pre-wired, reach code for EV capable, as well as a bird safe consultant, outlets for bike parking, and because they've been added, the benefits override the impacts of the conditions based on the following, as well as the job growth, lead goal, and a tax base. Is that correct?
Sounds good.
Okay, so we have a second. We have a second. Sorry, go ahead, Xander.
Just to flesh it out a little more, you are approving and certifying the environmental impact report, and you're adopting the CEQA findings with the modifications that you've just listed, and adopting the statement of overriding considerations and the mitigation monitoring and reporting program.
Yes.
Yes, that mouthful. that one. Is that okay, Commissioner Ikezi?
Yuki.
Oh, I was muted. Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, so we have a second by, we have a motion by Commissioner Ikezi, second by Commissioner Jain. Let's go to, we have some comments here. We have Commissioner Biagini first.
No, I forgot to lower my hand.
Okay, Commissioner Cherukuru.
Thank you, and I think they're very thoughtful additions to the findings. However, as a CEQA planner, I am still going to vote no on this because of the concerns that we are still adopting a statement of overriding consideration, which I think could have been adequately addressed in the EIR. That we are adding this many findings itself says that EIR was not adequately completed, in my opinion. But I am fully in support of all the additional conditions, whether it goes as a condition of approval or as a finding. But my vote for the following reason is going to be nay on the EIR adoption.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Cherukuru. Commissioner Kelly.
Yes, I'm in favor of this because the developer is going above what we see most developers do. But I just want to reiterate, I do think we need to do a couple things for this area. One, we need to plan more housing in the area. And two, I do think we should be planning, like other cities are, for a shuttle system that takes people from our core business areas to light rail and other transit, and even the El Camino where people can catch a bus. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Kelly. All right, so we have the motion on the floor, and I do have to agree with the rest of my commissioners on this, and Commissioner Kelly just right now, that, I really do want to see this become more housing, but you as a developer have really gone above and beyond to work with us and really, comply with a lot of our demands. I mean, we twisted your arm a lot, we're sorry, but we really want to benefit Santa Clara. So we have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Commissioner Ikezi, and a second by Commissioner Jain. Let's go ahead and take the vote on the first one for the EIR.
Okay, I'd like to make sure I got what you said. We're approving and certifying the EIR with these modifications. TDM, and what specifically about the TDM are we saying?
Commissioner Ikezi, what was it again?
30% VMT reduction in phase 1.
Yeah, I think Mr. Abbe captured it really well, so maybe he can repeat it.
Yeah, I'd be happy to repeat. So, approve and certify an environmental impact report and adopt CEQA findings and a statement of overriding consideration, with modifications to the statement of overriding consideration to include additional bullet points at the end listing the benefits to the city to justify the unavoidable impacts. And those benefits include that trip reduction would be 30% in phase 1, that EV parking meet that there be 5% EV charging stations, 10% pre-wiring, and the proposed reach code percentage for EV capable spaces, that the applicant hire a bird safety consultant and incorporate the recommendations of the bird safety consultant before the project goes to design review, that the glass panels design be reevaluated, and that bike parking electrical outlets be provided. Did I miss anything? Okay.
All right. That, like I said, that's a mouthful. So so you got that, Elizabeth?
For the most part, yeah, I will definitely get it in the minutes. We have it recorded now. So let me put up what I have, and I will incorporate exactly what our attorney said.
Okay.
And I've got to mention you're adopting the MMRP also.
Okay. Thank you, Xander. All right. Whenever you're ready, Elizabeth, take your time.
Commissioner Casey?
Aye.
Commissioner Jain?
Yes.
Chair Becker?
Yes.
Commissioner Biagini?
Yes.
Commissioner Cherukuru?
Nay.
Commissioner Kelly?
Yes.
Vice Chair Salame?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'd like to make a second motion to approve the variance with the changes.
Hold on. Hold on. And that passes 6-1 with one abstention, with one no. Okay, Commissioner Ikezi, go for it.
Oh, thank you, Chair. I'd like to make a motion to approve the variance with the changes that were mentioned with the adoption of EIR.
And for clarification, you're proposing that those be included as additional conditions of approval for the project.
Correct.
Okay, and Commissioner Jain?
I just had a comment. I would like to second that exactly, but I do want to just mention for the record that I would love for the developer to design the amenity building in a way that is conducive for public meetings, even though we don't know what the tenant will actually want there.
Okay, so would you like to make that an amendment to Commissioner Ikezi's motion?
I guess I would, yeah.
Would you accept that, Commissioner Ikezi?
Yes, and also that that proposal be part of the material submitted to the design review.
Okay, sounds good to me. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Ikezi and a second by Commissioner Jain with his friendly amendment. Did you catch all that, Elizabeth? And if we need to, do you need to step in, Xander?
I'm afraid I didn't quite catch it. Could I ask the Commissioner?
Okay. So, Commissioner Ikezi, please repeat because I wrote down a little bit of it and then I got a little lost when you. Okay, so start all over again from the beginning.
What am I doing, Xander?
Yeah, repeating what your motion was, so Xander can get it down and Elizabeth can write it down, and as well as myself.
You don't need to repeat the 5 conditions from before. I just need to know what Commissioner Jain's additional 6 conditions.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. The sixth condition is that the amenity building be designed in such a way that it is accessible to the public. And that's
No. That the amenity building designed in a way that could possibly allow it to be used for public meetings. It's not an insistent that it be used for public meetings.
Are you open to that, so Commissioner Ikezi?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
So Commissioner,
All right, did you get that, Xander?
Yeah.
And that the design modification be part of the material presented at the design review.
Okay. You got that, Elizabeth?
yes.
Okay. So the motion on the floor. Sorry, go ahead, Xander.
Yeah, I'm sorry to prolong things, Mr. Chair, but
It's okay.
it would be helpful to know whether or not the applicant is willing to commit to that condition for the record. Is it possible to inquire as to whether or not the condition for the applicant to comply with?
I'll permit that to the applicant. The applicant, would you like to respond to that?
Sorry, I was finding the mute button. Yes, we can consider it.
Great, thank you, Tommy. Okay, so so thank you, Xander, as well. We have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Ikezi. We have it seconded by Commissioner Jain. We're ready for a vote. So whenever you're ready, Elizabeth.
Commissioner Casey?
Aye.
Commissioner Jain?
Yes.
Chair Becker?
Yes.
Commissioner Biagini?
Yes.
Commissioner Cherukuru?
No.
Commissioner Kelly?
Yes.
Vice Chair Salane?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. And that passes 6-1. Congratulations. Thank you to all of you who are here, all the applicants. We appreciate it. Tommy and Craig, appreciate it.
And just to clarify, Chair, that because this action is final at the Planning
7 days.
Commission, unless, right, there's an appeal filed by anybody within 7 days. Thank you.
Thank you, Gloria. All righty. Okay, everyone. So now we're going to move on to item 3, which is going to be the election. Sorry, Commissioner Biagini, you had a comment from before?
Well, kind of two things. One is, would this be the appropriate time to take a few minute break?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. I'm so sorry. I just realized it went past 8. So let's take a 5-minute break.
And then I will have a motion under the next item.
Okay, so let's take a 5-minute break, and we'll be right back.
Yes. Chair Becker?
Yes.
Okay. I have family with me tonight. Would it be possible to be excused for the remaining portion of the meeting?
Sure. Yes, absolutely. Do we have to take a vote on that right now before we go to our break?
You can excuse him after the break.
Okay, that sounds great. Okay, go ahead, Steve. All right, everyone will be back in 5 minutes.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Steve.
Have a good one, Steve.
All right. Bye.
All right, so we are going to go into a 5-minute recess, and we'll be right back. start off with item number 3. First, let's excuse Commissioner Kelly from the meeting. So is there a motion to excuse Commissioner Kelly?
So moved.
Second.
All right, so moved by Commissioner Cherukuru, second by Commissioner Jain. And whenever you're ready, Elizabeth, let's take a vote on excusing Commissioner Kelly.
Commissioner Casey?
Yes.
Commissioner Jain?
Yes.
Chair Becker?
Yes.
Commissioner Biagini?
Yes.
Commissioner Cherukuru?
Yes.
Vice Chair Salame?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, and that passes 6-0 unanimously. All right, so let's dive into the next item, the election of Planning Commission Chair, Vice Chair, and Secretary. Item 3. Let's see, raise your hand to nominate anybody for, we're going to start with Chair.
Hold on a second.
Sorry, go ahead.
Chair Becker, I just want to make sure that the commission is aware that we've attached the policies and procedures adopted by the Planning Commission. And just to note, the process for the election of each of the officers. So if you look at page 3, under section 4.0, commission officials, there's a policy under policy 4.2 under succession. And just a reminder, it says the succession of the commission officials will be rotated. A challenge to the rotation will require a quorum of commissioners and require findings of inability to perform the appointed function. So this was that procedure was adopted in '97. So just to, this is normally the vice chair is rotated up and that kind of thing. So if you guys want to alter any of that, then you need to follow that procedure. Thank you.
So, all right, so I have one first hand is Commissioner Biagini. Go for it.
Hi, I would like to nominate Vice Chair Salame as Chair of the Commission.
Okay. Let's see. All right, so we have Commissioner Jain.
I understand what Gloria had said. I would still like to nominate Commissioner Becker.
And just for the record, Mr. Chair, because of that rule, it wouldn't be possible for Commissioner Becker to serve a second term unless you amended that rule. I do notice you have update Planning Commissioner policies and procedures later on the agenda, so you'd have to, I guess you'd have to reverse the order of the items, vote to change that rule, and only then could he serve as chair for a second term.
Okay.
So perhaps we should go forward and see if there's a second to the first nomination for Vice Chair Salame. Okay, I didn't hear that.
There was. Commissioner Akezi? Sorry, Commissioner.
As a reminder, no second is needed for a nomination.
Okay. Okay. Vice Chair Salame?
Wait, do I have the floor?
It was Vice Chair Salame, and then it was you after him.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so, in accordance with the process, I would logically nominate Commissioner Biagini for Vice Chair. So.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Akezi?
Thank you, Chair. I think we need to elect someone new for the offices. I think, having an opportunity to serve as the chair and the vice chair, having a rotating office makes the commission function better. It's a better learning experience. I served as a chair many years ago, and I really learned a lot. So I'd like to have other commissioners to have that opportunity. We need to do this because we're going to be appointing new commissioners soon. So we need to keep things moving. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Kezi. Sorry. So we have a motion on the floor for making Vice Chair Salame Chair of the Planning Commission by Commissioner Biagini. Let's all take a vote on that.
Second? Oh, you said no second.
Yeah, there's no second on this.
How about the secretary? Do we need to elect a new secretary?
Yeah, we'll get there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, one position at a time, please. Thank you.
I'm sorry, who made the motion?
It was Biagini.
Thank you. And this is for Vice Chair Salame to be appointed as chair.
Whenever you're ready.
Commissioner Casey?
Yes.
Commissioner Jain?
Yes.
Chair Becker?
Yes.
Commissioner Biagini?
Yes.
Commissioner Cherukuru?
Yes.
Commissioner Vice Chair Salame?
Isn't it somewhat egotistical to vote for yourself? But I guess yes.
That did happen last year, unless things have changed.
Okay.
You need to vote.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so that motion passes.
Passes. That passes. Congratulations.
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 Congratulations, Lance.
Thank you.
So,
I'd like to thank Chair Becker for serving as a great chair for 1 year. Thank you.
You've been an incredible chair.
Yes. I second that.
Becker.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So, Vice Chair, I heard
Before we
Commissioner
go on,
Salame.
I have 1 hour of prepared speech to accept.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
No.
For the Nobel Peace Prize after this.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. All right. So I heard before, Vice Chair Salame, you were going to nominate someone for vice chair. So I'll take that into consideration. Is there anybody else that would like to nominate for vice chair? Please raise your hand now. Seeing none. Okay. So we have a nomination on the floor by now Chair Salame, for Commissioner Biagini to become vice chair.
Commissioner Casey?
Aye.
Commissioner Jain?
Yes.
Chair Becker?
Yes.
Commissioner Biagini?
Yes.
Commissioner Cherukuru?
Yes.
Vice Chair Salame?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. And let's look for that. on the
Motion
screen.
passes.
And that passes unanimously. All right. Is the chair allowed to nominate someone?
Absolutely.
I would like to nominate Commissioner Ikezi to be secretary. Or wait, I'm sorry. Commissioner Cherukuru for secretary.
Oh, wait, we don't.
I'm so sorry about that. I was going in order of process. Unless Commissioner Ikezi, are you interested?
I'd like Commissioner Cherukuru to serve.
Okay, perfect. Sorry about that mix-up. Okay, so Commissioner Biagini.
So who are you nominating? Where are we at on this? I'm sorry.
This is for secretary, and I am nominating Commissioner Cherukuru to be secretary.
Okay, yeah. I seconded, but I don't need to second, so ignore it.
Okay. All right. So whenever you're ready, Elizabeth.
Commissioner Casey?
Aye.
Commissioner Jain?
Yes.
Chair Becker?
Yes.
Commissioner Biagini? Commissioner Cherukuru?
Thank you all. Yes.
Vice Chair Salem?
Yes.
Thank you, and that passes.
That passes unanimously. Okay. Well, congratulations to our new chair, Lance Salem, our new vice chair, Nancy Biagini, and our new secretary, Priya Cherukuru. Congratulations to all of you. All right.
Thank you all.
Let's move on to the next item. Item number 4, Update Planning Commission Policies and Procedures.
Yes, the commission, at the last meeting, we discussed the changing any policies and procedures related to the ending time for the meeting, since we're now beginning the meeting at 6 o'clock. And so the city attorney did mention that there was a requirement to amend the policies and procedures. So there are some red lines to your to that document that you have before you. So if you'd like to implement that, that would take a motion by the commission and a majority vote.
I have some questions.
Commissioner Jain, go ahead.
I know there's a motion to change the end time to 10 o'clock. But I had some other questions about some other items. I guess this is for the our attorney, Xander. Do we want to discuss a bunch of things and then approve them all in one fell swoop?
Well, the item was noticed on the agenda as simply update planning commission policies. So you are free to discuss changes to any of the policies and procedures. So maybe it'd be appropriate to get it all out there. Depending on the response, take one vote or take multiple votes.
Okay, so should I just go through my list then and we can discuss them? Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, so in item 2.1D, format of the minutes, says format of the minutes will follow action minutes template adopted by City Council on January 23rd. In addition, if the commission modifies any conditions of approval, the exact text of conditions shall be set forth in the minutes, which is what I wanted. But if I look at the minutes that were presented today, they had more than that. I actually like that, but that would require a change to this statement here. There was more than just conditions of approval, because there weren't any conditions of approval listed there. So I wanted to understand from staff and from Xander what this means, because we didn't follow that for today's the minutes that were in the packet.
Sorry, I just want to clarify. So you're saying that basically we've been going beyond this.
Yeah.
I see. I mean, the reason I added this was because that's what you did last September.
For me, that's the absolute minimum. That the exact wording of the condition should be there, because then we can make sure that there were no typos in the conditions. So that's the bare minimum. I sort of wish that we didn't have only action minutes, but if that's what council wants, I guess I'm fine with that. Then the other thing was 2.4, public time limit. Each member of the public wishing to comment is limited to 4 minutes. And I don't think we've been following 4 minutes. I think we've been doing 3 minutes or something.
Yeah, I think normally the chair can set the time if it's less than that, depending upon the number of people. So I think in the past, we've only allowed, the chair's only permitted the 2 minutes. 4 minutes gets to be up.
Yeah, well, it doesn't really say that here.
Yes.
And so that's confusing.
sorry to interrupt. I didn't know that the chair can actually change the time of public comment. I thought it was always 2 minutes. I didn't know we can actually increase the time, or there was a 4-minute time. Because if that was the case, then I would have flexed that power. Thank you for bringing that up. I didn't even know.
I'm sorry, we explained that to you a year ago. That was our bad.
I think, yeah, and I think the 2 minutes came out of consistency with what the council allows, and I think that's how that started. But it was really to try to expedite, the meetings because they tend to be lengthy anyway. And 4 minutes, most people don't need 4 minutes to make their point.
Well, I would say, sorry, go ahead, Commissioner Jain.
My understanding is that, what we should follow kind of what council does in terms of if we see that there are a large number of people in the audience for an item, then we can reduce the amount of time so that we don't make the planning commissions long. But we lately have had basically no public. So 4 minutes might be reasonable. Okay, let me go on with these and I'm just trying to stimulate debate here. Commissioner deliberations, item 2.7. Commissioners will be generally limited to 2 5-minute opportunities to discuss and 2 questions for any one issue. We have been doing 3 questions from commissioners at a time. So I'm not sure how hard and fast these rules are. And then on 2.8, adjournment. The commission will endeavor to complete all regular hearing items by not later than 10 p.m. In the past, we had a thing where we would have to I remember years ago, if we were getting close to 11 o'clock, we would have to vote at 10 o'clock.
Correct.
If we wanted to go to 11 o'clock. And I don't know how that disappeared here. And then if you go to 2.9, regularly scheduled planning commissions generally scheduled for the 2nd and 4th Wednesday of each month. I don't know what that means anymore. And that's all I had.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Jain. Commissioner Cherukuru?
I had the same comment on the public time limits, and in my experience and perception here, I think 2 minutes is a good reference. However, I think to add the caveat that with the chair's discretion, the time could be changed, in all of those stated comments might give us some leeway. And I do, echo Commissioner Sud's all of those, because we've had 3 questions in the deliberations, and then we've had mentions on our time as well. So I don't know if we can just add the caveat that upon discretion, or the chair has the right to, change this to a specific or to any threshold.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Cherukuru.
You certainly can add, unless accepted by the chair or modified by the chair, to any of these.
Okay.
But my understanding of these rules has always been has the discretion to modify them, and then if the commission wants to overrule, take a vote to overrule. But if you want to make that express, you certainly.
So we're getting a lot of reverb back from I think might be from City Hall. Can we mute? Thank you. And Xander, can you repeat the last thing you said, because you broke up a lot?
Certainly. I was just saying that my understanding has been that the chair has the discretion to suspend, to modify these rules on the spot if necessary. If the commission wants to rule the chair, the commission has the power. But if you want to make it express anywhere, you are fully empowered to do that. You can add a clause unless modified by the chair or something.
Okay. All right. Anything else you wanted to add there, Commissioner Cherukuru?
No, I'm good. I just wanted to get that discretion power in or ability in the document.
Okay, that's great. All right. Let's see, Commissioner Biagini.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing, that under 2.4 public time, Thank you, Xander. I think after limited to 4 minutes, comma, per the discretion of the chair, or unless limited by the chair, words to that effect. Xander may have better language than me, but that would be, after 4 minutes, a comma that gives the chair the discretion. Or unless modified. I think that was the better way of saying it. 4 minutes, comma, unless modified by the chair. That would be under 2.4. Under 2.7, I know in different groups that I've been with or chaired, whatever, I like the idea of limited to 5 minutes to discuss and 2 questions for any one issue, with the following caveat, because some of these issues become a lot more complex, and you may have more than 2 questions. So what I would like to see, and I'm not sure, Xander, help me with language here, that it might be initially limited to 2 5-minute opportunities, discussion, 2 questions, but that you could, after that, go back to the back of the line and come back. If I had more questions, I'd ask my everybody else gets their shot, then I can come back with my. Does that make sense? Okay, I'm getting like dead silence.
Well,
you broke up and I couldn't hear half of what you said.
yeah, I'm in the same boat, I'm afraid.
Okay. Commissioners will generally be limited to 2 5-minute opportunities to discuss and 2 questions at a time for any one issue.
Okay.
Thereafter, they are, what's the next sentence I want to say? After that, others get a chance to talk, then you go to the
Well,
back.
you might want to suggest rotating through the questions through the commissioners.
Oh.
So that everybody has an opportunity to ask questions.
There you go. Perfect.
Okay, that's it, Commissioner Biagini?
Yeah, that's my suggestions anyway, and I don't know if that works for everybody else.
All right, sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. Maybe it's just the lateness of the hour. I'm afraid I'm just not grasping. Could Mr. Lamb explain what you just said again?
Vice Chair Slam?
Okay, sure. I think the gist of the idea is to limit the number of questions per commissioner and then rotate through the commissioners so that they could come back and ask more questions if the time allows on another cycle. That way, one commissioner isn't waiting for 25 minutes or 30 minutes to ask a single question. Hopefully, Mr. Biagini can confirm or deny what I'm saying, but I think that was the gist, and it's something I would certainly agree with, is a rotation of questions.
Yeah, that's the gist. Rather than one commissioner maybe having 12 questions and half an hour later everybody else gets the question, you all get 2 questions at a shot and you rotate through them. You got it right.
Okay. Commissioner Jain?
I sent it to you in email, sorry. We'll pull it up.
Yeah, on 2.7, I guess maybe back in 2000, the commission really didn't want to have long meetings. My reading of this is that deliberations will be just limited to 10 minutes, and then you're done. And we have had deliberations that have gone much longer. And as a result, we've gotten some much better projects through this deliberation process. So this wording here implies that the maximum deliberation time on any agendized item is 10 minutes.
Oh, I don't like that.
All right. Thank you. Is that it, Commissioner Jain?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to have to agree with a lot of my commissioners here. I think we should have a 3-minute public comment, especially when it's not packed, because personally, I've gone up there at council meetings in 2 minutes. Even when it's an empty house, it's really hard to get what you're really trying to say out in 2 minutes. And I know personally, I get nervous walking up to city council chambers to go speak personally. And I know other people get that nervousness in public speaking environments. And and sometimes it takes you maybe about 30 seconds to warm up. So I would see 3-minute public comment as being fair, and then at the discretion of the chair that they can adjust it as they see. I think the adjournment of 10 p.m., like Commissioner Jain was saying, there's sometimes we're in a really heated discussion about a project and we're trying to get what we want. I would even suggest 11 p.m. Curfew, because it gives that little flexibility of 5-minute breaks in between maybe every 2 hours. You might want to add like a little extra time for that to be about 11 p.m. But going back to what Commissioner Biagini was saying and Vice Chair Salame was about I think it should be a 3-question rule and then rotate. You get your 3 questions out, it goes to the next person, and it comes back. It's kind of like a baseball rotation. You get 3 strikes and then you're out. And then you're able to come back on as when the rotation returns. So I see that the hands are returning again. Vice Chair Salame, you want to start us off?
Well, I keep getting muted, so I have to reach for it. I actually agree completely with that, but my comment was actually on the different part of the process. We as commissioners really need to be very careful we don't give too much power to the chair. Even though I'm coming in as chair at this point, I don't like the idea that it's the chair's discretion to basically do anything they feel like and give as much time or as little time or cut off questions. I think what it is, as long as we have it stated, then we can abide by it. Even the chair should abide by what's stated. So I think that's my comment. Is let's not try and be too permissive of the chair having all of the authority to change anything that they want on the fly. Okay? Thank you.
Sounds good. All right, Commissioner Cherukuru.
I just wanted to clarify. So I know you were mentioning 3 minutes. I'm okay with 3 minutes. The policy, of course, is saying 4 minutes. And the policy says right now 2 questions. I'm open to 3 questions. But I also wanted to say, many of our questions, one leads to another, and really it becomes like I don't know where the common sense prevails, where we are understanding that they're 3 distinct questions and not just follow-on. So I just wanted to, of course, with the caveat that we all are cautious and conscious about the time that we take to allow for other commissioners for deliberation. The kind of sticking to the norm also helps. So I second Commissioner Chair Salame's idea that we quantify it.
I like that. That's great. Commissioner Biagini.
I have no problem at all with what Salame said, Lance said. 3 minutes is fine with me. I wanted to give a little flexibility to chair, but I also completely understand that sometimes flexibility takes us to a place that maybe we don't want to go. So I'm okay with whatever my fellow commissioners are okay with. And as far as deliberations, 3 is fine with me. And I think the reason for 3, because a follow-up question, I think some of this is just that we all have to be sensitive to each other's lists of questions. I know that I will myself try to be sensitive to the fact that if I've got a couple of questions, I'm going to ask the first question that might be a little more difficult, so that if I have a follow-up, that'll become my second question, and then I can ask a third question that's on a different subject. I want you to be able to get clarification or follow-up questions included. I just want to put some belts and suspenders around the rotation so that everybody gets a chance at it. If that makes sense.
I totally agree, Commissioner Biagini.
Finally, on adjournment, I think the way it's worded, I absolutely agree with Commissioner Jain. I think the fact that we've gone as long as we've gone sometimes has resulted in a better product. But I think the way it's worded, will endeavor to complete all regular hearing items by not later than 10 p.m. I think that helps us also when it comes down to limiting speech perhaps by over-anxious participants, whether they're applicants or otherwise. And there's no problem if we leave the language the way it is, and as we get close to 10 o'clock, let's just make a motion to extend at that time. Because I don't have a problem extending if we're in the middle of a good conversation. And that's why I think the language says we'll endeavor to complete. If I'm wrong, please correct me, Xander, or anyone with more time on the commission. Thank you.
I really agree with you, Commissioner Bedini. It's like, once you get a hold of something, you just don't want to let go because you're really on the roll trying to get what we want from the community. Commissioner Jain?
Yeah, I'm still trying to understand what the policy was when I first joined the Planning Commission and how we reconcile items 2.8 and 2.10. When I first joined the Planning Commission, I think what we said was the meetings would end at 11 and they would end at 10, but we could extend for an hour. And then I think there was some clause in there that if we did adjourn, we could actually continue the meeting to the next day if it was really a heated item. That's lingering in the back of my mind. And then I don't really understand what 2.10 means, where the adjournment is at midnight.
Mr. Chair, if I could address those issues.
Go for it.
First of all, 2.10, I have never seen it used. It's kind of a mystery to me. It sounds like a special meeting, which we occasionally have, but special hearings, I've never seen 2.10 used. Maybe Ms. Shara has more knowledge of it than I do. But 2.8, the only thing we did tonight was change the number 11 to 10. That is exactly how it read prior to this draft that you have in front of you. It used to simply say the Planning Commission will endeavor to complete all regular hearing items by not later than 11 o'clock p.m. And the reason you used to have to vote to extend it past 11 p.m. is because I used to be a lot more OCD. I'm not sure what the word is. I jumped in several times and said, hey, wait a minute, it's 11 o'clock, we've got to vote to extend, because I was worried that the procedural defect in the meeting would somehow prejudice somebody could challenge the decisions you made because we'd gone past the rule. I eventually decided that if you were talking and having a robust discussion, it was implicit that you wanted to go past 11, and I didn't feel it was necessary to interrupt you and tell you to take a vote. So I can be more formal or less formal. It does say 10 o'clock because that is what was proposed at the last meeting. But I just, out of practice, I have not interrupted you in the last several years when it's gone past 11, because it seems evident to me you wanted to keep talking.
And so what I really want to understand is when you say endeavor to complete, that just means that if we're in a discussion and we feel like we're close to a conclusion, we can just keep going? Is that what you're saying?
That's how I've interpreted it in the last several years. I did see when Debbie Costa was chair, I did see her one time, when a meeting was running long, we had another take up after 11 p.m. and she simply told the applicants, I'm sorry, our rules don't allow us to take up a new item for 11 p.m. And, and she held firm on that. And I think that was probably the right call. But as far as continuing things to the next day, you can adjourn a meeting under the Brown Act anytime to the next day without renoticing. If you adjourn it within to a date within 5 days, you don't even have to renotice anything. If you simply don't finish, you just simply move to adjourn to a date within 5 days, and you just have to post a notice on the door of the council chambers saying that's what you've done. That's just law.
Okay, I think I understand now.
Okay. All right, thank you, Commissioner Jain. Any other questions before I have a couple questions? Seeing none? Okay. My question is, what is 6.1 mean for appointment? The Planning Commission may appoint commissioners as the designated liaisons to the other city commissions. The liaisons will be appointed annually in July of each calendar year. Liaisons will serve consecutively upon reappointment by the Planning Commission. So we don't have ARC anymore. What other commissions are we able to be appointed to?
Yeah, that wasn't an appointment. What happened is before, like the Historical and Landmarks Commission had a representative to the ARC. But we also had like some general plan subcommittees, that kind of thing, or working groups. And so there may have been a liaison that attended and reported back, but there's nothing active at this point.
Interesting. So my question is, why do we even have it in? Are we ever going to be able to use it again, or is
Yeah, if there is something, or there are representatives that go to other boards and commissions, it could be like the Cultural Commission, Senior Commission. If there's a need for that type of relationship, or we're anticipating work, then those appointments have been made in the past. There hasn't been a lot of them, but usually it's more reflective of an ad hoc committee or an appointment. Again, I think there was a representative placed on some of the specific plans, and then there might have been somebody else that was basically allowed to attend but not participate in the actual ad hoc committee. I think those were some of the liaison, just like it was more like representation.
okay? Well, that's good to know. Take note, commissioners. Okay. Any other question, Commissioner Jain?
Yeah, I was wondering, I didn't see anywhere here the formalism of how something gets agendized.
Mm-hmm. I mean, primarily you're seeing land use applications, so those come up through filing a development application. But if you're talking about non-hearing items, that's something you would have to, I think, I'm not sure if there's anything on here that.
So like, for example, in the past, we agendized things like planning commissioners will have a city-issued email, right? So those kinds of things, I don't see any formal mechanism for putting something on the agenda. You know, I don't know, can the chair just request to put something on the agenda?
Yeah, normally I think we follow Robert's rules generally speaking, which is that request should come through the chair. But we've also had commissioners request them at the meeting, and then they get agendized for the next meeting, as long as there's support for placing it on the agenda. So say just like by motion of the majority, if you want to have that, or as long as everyone thinks it's worth their time for placement on the agenda for a discussion item. But we want to make sure it's topics related to the Planning Commission's jurisdiction. I mean, specifically.
Yeah, I know the council just changed their policy for how something gets agendized.
Yes, yeah. But I think they have a greater implication for what they're doing, so because people are asking for code changes and things of that nature, so they actually vote on it. So it depends upon what you're asking for. So again, I would just make sure that it's related to an area of jurisdiction that the Planning Commission has, and not something that's in the policy realm that may not be, you're not being asked to take on, that we would want to avoid.
I firmly believe that Xander would set us straight if we tried to do that.
I hope you do.
Absolutely.
All right, is that it, Commissioner Jain? Okay.
I think I would like Xander to weigh in on whether the chair can just ask the staff to agendize something. I don't know.
I was, as you were having that discussion, I was running down to my house, running into my garage, opening up my cabinets, pulling out my copy of Robert's Rules, and running back up. Now I am flipping through it to see where it's described. Posting at the items on the agenda. In the abstract, Mr. Jain, yes, I agree that you have the power to modify these rules to prescribe the process of putting something on an agenda. And that could be either the chair, or you could broaden that right.
So do you recall what the council does? I would like to propose that the chair can put something on the agenda, and that any say 3 commissioners could ask to put something on an agenda.
I appreciate the sense of it. I think that is a little challenging because you're right on the border of a Brown Act violation.
With 3?
Yeah, you're below the 4, as long as none of them talk it to, so you may be tying your hands too much. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that if three planning commissioners talk amongst each other, that's not a Brown Act violation, and they could decide that there's an issue that maybe the chair is not interested in, that the 3 of them could decide to get it on the agenda. And that's a pretty high bar to have 3 of them, want to do that.
It sounds reasonable, but you said that the council just adopted something. Do you recall which council meeting it was at? Because there was text I could look at real quick that would really help me.
Yeah, I think it's been about 6 months, actually. I think they just implemented, because they had a petition that was brought up, and they followed that procedure, but I think it was adopted several months ago. But essentially, there has to be a motion and to place it on the agenda. But the commission usually responds to items placed on the agenda. Again, that would put the staff in an awkward position, because if it's something that you're discussing and then basically getting us to do that, but there isn't a consensus. I think it's just to bring it out to a meeting, and then just maybe there doesn't even have to be a formal vote, but just some general agreement, and then it gets on the agenda. But the other part of it is there may not be enough staff time available, given our workloads, to provide any type of background information, to request that it be so that there's plenty of time to bring it up in a public setting, so that we have the adequate time to tell you what the resources would be need to respond to that, or it can just be placed on there with no information. Just depends upon the nature. So from a staff standpoint, we'd like a little bit more organization, so we have time to provide some information to you.
Well, I don't really see how this is different than what's going on the council. Anything they put on the agenda will also require staff time.
Right, but not if you call us and say, we want this on this agenda, because 3 of us talked about it, and it's a week away from the agenda being submitted. That's not how we work. We have about an 8-week turnaround time for all the reports to go through the queues.
It wouldn't be the next meeting.
Okay.
It would definitely be giving staff sufficient time to create a report.
Well, again, since there is that time, I think it's just better to bring it up, at least so the rest of the commissioners know that there is this interest, rather than come directly to the staff. All the requests should be still funneled through the chair. There needs to be a chairperson in charge, and the requests need to go through that person. It's really a structural organization, so I think it just benefits everybody if it's at least aired at the meeting.
Interest of keeping you all fully informed. I did find the council policy. It's council policy 30, and it discusses adding an item to the agenda, both referred during a council meeting and also just referred by individual council members. And so the former is what Ms. Shar was just describing. The council consensus at any meeting can certainly refer an item for inclusion on a future city council agenda. But outside a meeting, here's what the policy says. It's just one sentence, I'll read it. The mayor or any individual council member may submit a written request to the mayor's office for inclusion of an item on a city council agenda, provided the request is received 2 days prior to the public release of the agenda packet. So they actually do give the right to both the mayor and to any individual council member. I'm a little worried about I'm just a little worried about the 3-person rule, Commissioner Jain, because suppose you talk to one commissioner, they say, yeah, that's a great idea. Then you talk to a second commissioner so that you get your 3. That person says, no, I disagree. We shouldn't put that on the agenda. You're then prohibited from bringing it up with any of the other commissioners. There'd be a Brown Act violation. I'm a little worried about the practicality of the 3-person rule without,
Yeah, that makes perfect sense to me. I totally understand that and don't want
I
that.
can suggest a process through the chair.
Go ahead, Commissioner Cherukuru.
So, I don't know that existing to staff, do you currently actually converse or get confirmation with the chair before setting the agenda and the actual review of it?
If we received a request, we have gone to the chair to say that someone, approached us and would like this on there, yes.
No, in general, when you do the agenda, do you
No.
actually sit down with the chair? Okay.
No.
So I can suggest a process that I think will appease the concern. One, I think most of our agenda items are very reactionary. We are only receiving what staff is letting us know of projects, but it does not give us a proactive future, and it goes into my second comment. But from a process standpoint, I think the chair with staff, it should be a mutual understanding, but I think the chair should see the agenda ahead. In terms of requests from commission members or council members, whoever wants, I think it's an email from one person to say, can this be agendized with possibly a CC to the chair? Again, it's up to the discretion of the chair with conversation with staff on when that topic gets agendized based on the understanding. Is it a referral to staff? Can that be agendized? Or is it actually a background resource and information that has to come back from staff, which will take into consideration time? So I think the chair really should take the ownership of the agenda. Not that I'm saying that it adds more work for the chair per se, but I really think that confirmation, I have done it, so I'm just saying this is the process in other jurisdictions where the chair receives a heads up saying, this is the agenda, are you comfortable? Do you have any other topics that you'd like to add? That way, there is an understanding of the time commitment for the meeting, but also the general, flow that we all agreed to. That's chair's role. But in terms of my concern is that the work plan, we really do not have anything that this planning commission leads in its efforts to say, this should be the future. I've asked a couple of referrals and I've never heard back. So I don't know if we can actually institute that work plan. It is in the policies. I've never seen one where we actually set some goals and priorities for the year. In post-COVID circumstances and with budget considerations, land use being a huge need, I think Planning Commission is absolutely, it's a must to look at how we help the community. So work plan and the agenda really should be from the chair and from the commission to staff. That's my process recommendation.
Thank you, Commissioner Cherukuru. Commissioner Jain, were you finished before that, or? I think he was. Okay, so let's go
Yes, I was done. Yes.
Okay, so let's go to Commissioner Biagini.
Commissioner Cherukuru, you gave me some things to think about because, yes, in the groups that I've been in where I've been chair, the process by which agenda items are received is similar to that which you described. I don't know that we have to necessarily mirror what happens on the city council. I'm inclined to say, because of the nature of the work that we do, would it really be difficult if I wanted to include something on an agenda? Let's say I wanted to include XYZ on an agenda, that during this meeting, I would make a motion to include XYZ on a future agenda, due consideration for the time that it might take to have staff issue reports. Staff gets an opportunity to say how much time they need, if staff time is needed, and then we have it agendized that way. That doesn't mean things get moved perhaps as quickly as an agenda item suggested between meetings. But I don't know, would that be problematic for what you're thinking, Commissioner Jain? That we just make the motion to agendize something for a future meeting? Or does that shortcut maybe, some things that might be more immediate?
I think the reason why I wanted to have sort of a formal request, say to staff or to the chair, was to figure out staff's workload and figure out when an appropriate meeting would be in the future, rather than do it on the fly at a commission meeting.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't think we're far apart on how we think about it. It's more of an issue of, if we want to have something on an agenda, how do we get it on, due consideration to staff time that may be needed. So I'm okay with whatever my fellow commissioners think in terms of meeting those objectives. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Biagini. Vice Chair Salam, or Chair Salam.
No, I'm still vice at the end of this meeting. So I have one simple and one more complex question. Is there any process in place for us to, I know we have the idea of suggesting an item to be agendized. Is there any way or we can submit requests for items to be agendized? That way we can circumvent having it a part of the meeting, just actually ask for it to be up on a future meeting. Things like talking about the iPads and other things that I don't think we should necessarily formally delay, because it's not a controversial thing amongst us, but it is something the city, someone from the city may want to comment on. And then the other little question is, do we get new business cards with our new title? That's it. Thank you.
Yes, well,
Okay.
the business cards we can certainly get for the commission out of your budget.
Great. Awesome. All right, any other commissioner comments? All right, so moving forward on this procedure, what do we do? Are we able to make motions to add things? Are we able to vote on it? I see Commissioner Jain's hands up, but let's first see what direction is.
I would recommend you do separate motions for each of the changes that you want to make, because there's just too many to have one motion.
Okay, so we're going to have to make a list. Let me grab my piece of paper right here for this. Commissioner Jain, I guess you're going to want to start us off?
Yes, I would like to make a motion for item number 2.4, and I would say that each member of the public wishing to comment on a project is limited to between 1 and 4 minutes per the discretion of the chair.
Okay.
Second.
I like that one. All right, so we have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Jain to adapt item 2.4 for 1 to 4 minutes based on the discretion of the chair. And we have a second by Commissioner Ikezi. Commissioner Biagini, I see your hand up.
Yeah, but it wasn't on this, so.
Oh, okay. All right, so let's, so I guess we take a vote on this one then?
Yep.
Okay, so let's do it. Whenever you're ready, Elizabeth.
You know what? Might I suggest, since there's going to be so many of these, you could just ask for whether there's any objection to the motion as proposed.
Oh, okay. That's, yeah, a lot easier. Okay.
Yeah.
Is there Is there any objection to this motion by Commissioner Jain and the second by Commissioner Ikezi?
No.
Seeing no one's objection, all right, then that motion passes unanimously, 6-0. Okay, next, Commissioner Jain.
I would like to propose for number 2.7, the following wording, that commissioners will be generally limited to 3 questions at a time, and the commissioner may ask additional questions after other commissions have had their turn.
Okay,
Second, that's what we do anyway.
all right, so we have a second. Okay, so
Can I make a suggestion on that?
sure, go ahead, Commissioner Biagini.
I don't know, this may be too loosey-goosey, Commissioner Jain, because I'm with you on that. I was actually going to say commissioners be generally limited to 3 questions at a time on a rotational basis, but I'm not sure if that isn't strong enough.
I don't see how that's different than what I said.
It isn't, it's just fewer words.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the same thing, just fewer words.
Okay, I'm fine with that.
Okay.
And before you vote, may I ask clarification? Are you jettisoning the balance of 2.7 as it currently exists? About this limitation will also apply to follow-up questions to staff or clarification of statements? Or are we going to cut that? It's probably superfluous.
I would cut the rest of that.
Yeah, it seems redundant.
Yeah.
Okay.
Also, is there any way to clarify that it's 3 questions but not 3 10-part questions?
We could say
Sure,
three single questions.
There you go.
Well, I think that depends on all of us understanding what the premise is and
Yeah.
behaving.
Okay, all right, so let's take a vote. Okay.
Who was this seconded by?
It was seconded by Commissioner Ikezi.
We're just asking if anyone objects, right?
So yeah, anyone object? Seeing no objection, the motion passes 6-0. All right, any more, Commissioner Jain?
2.9 seems to be sort of irrelevant at this point. I would just say, in addition to the regularly scheduled Planning Commission meetings outlined at the beginning of the year, Planning Commissioner may recommend additional meetings to be scheduled. Or I would say staff, right? Isn't it usually just staff recommend?
Well, I think it's in the city code that mentions the actual date, the second and fourth month, but because, well, various reasons, or if we have items canceled, we try to keep on those dates. Also, it's availability of the council chambers and prior to the pandemic, so this makes sense, but your wording would work as well. Just say, as generally.
It's outlined in the calendar,
yeah,
right?
Right.
Because we have to approve that calendar.
Yes.
Okay. All right, so did you get that?
And I would just say Planning Commission or staff may recommend other meetings, right?
Well, these are your bylaws, so, I mean, it's better just to have that if you want them.
Staff sometimes adds like study sessions.
Yeah, no, I think that works.
Okay, that's good.
Okay.
All right.
Well, I have a hand.
So Commissioner, Vice Chair Slam, you have a comment towards this?
Yeah, I was hoping, this is the point at which I was hoping we could have a stipulation that canceled commission meetings could be repurposed into study sessions so that we don't have exceptionally long sessions. I didn't have any way to word it or to offer it as a form that could be put into a policy document, but we kind of brought it up before that it would be nice if we know ahead of time, a month ahead of time, that a particular meeting is canceled, we could slip in a study session for that time slot.
Yeah, again, the challenge for us would be is if we're paying a speaker or someone to come in to execute a contract, we wouldn't have that lead time available unless it's planned significantly in advance. We could just say that when you have a study session to limit items or, use them exclusively for a study session.
Yeah, that might, if we could spread them out so that we're not having 5-hour meetings because we had an hour and a half at the beginning. It also gives more opportunity for the study session to have a more robust question and answer. I think it's really a logistics thing that staff needs to help better organize, because I know this is not your normal work hours and stuff. So if it's possible, spread it out into
Sure.
campus meetings. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Vice Chair. All right, so Commissioner Jain, that you had a motion for 2.9?
Yeah, all it was that in addition to the scheduled Planning Commission meetings as outlined in the annual plan, the Planning Commission may recommend additional meetings to be scheduled as needed.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. You got that, Elizabeth?
Yes.
Okay. Anyone want a second?
I'll second, but I think, did you mean to say the planning commission or staff may recommend additional?
Well, I think these rules only abide to the Planning Commission. Staff can still recommend their meetings.
Right.
This is only for what Planning Commission does, I believe, is what Gloria was saying.
I agree with that.
Okay, I just wanted to.
Okay. All right. So, we have a second by Commissioner Biagini.
I think we just
Is there anyone opposed?
Nobody, I'm not opposed.
Okay, so that passes unanimously, 6-0. Okay, any more, Commissioner Jamie, before I move on to the next person? Okay.
Unfortunately.
All right.
2.2.
All right.
This does not follow current practice. And in fact, this happened tonight. The proponent of a project shall be limited to 10 minutes to present their proposal and 5 minutes to provide rebuttal. Time will not be reduced by questions, but it doesn't say chair has the discretion to grant additional time.
Okay. Am I as a chair, am I allowed to second?
Yeah.
All right, I'll second that.
I mean, yeah. You can certainly add in something saying the chair has the discretion to grant. I think that's implicit, but you can certainly make it explicit if you'd like.
I would like to. Yeah.
Okay. I'll second that. All right, so we have a motion on the floor from Commissioner Jain for item 2.2 to add at the chair's discretion, and I seconded it, Commissioner Becker. Anyone opposed?
No.
Seeing none, motion carries 6-0. It passes. Okay. Any more, Commissioner Jain, before I move?
I do.
Okay. How many more do you have?
This is the last one.
Okay.
I promise.
You promise? Okay. All right. Go ahead, Commissioner Jain.
2.1D.
All right. So we got 2.1D.
It says the format of the minutes will follow the action minutes template adopted by council on 2018. In addition, if the commission modifies any conditions of approval, the exact text of the modified conditions shall be set forth in the minutes. If staff would like to provide additional clarifications, they may do so.
Okay, and that was 2D, you said?
2.1D.
2.1D, okay.
That basically covers what happened tonight.
For some reason, I don't
Okay.
have that page, but Elizabeth, hopefully.
Yeah,
It's there, 2.1D.
I don't have it. No.
It's on
I-
the first page. So you'd like to add
I have no
at
D on here.
staff's staff's
I have a B and a C, but okay.
discretion, they can add more to the minutes if they would like?
Yeah,
Gloria.
further clarifications.
Gloria, you may
Yeah.
be looking at the existing procedures and not the
Oh, the
modified.
red line, okay. Yeah,
Yeah, 2.1D,
Okay.
new section.
all right, thank you.
Okay. Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Jain for 2.1D to amend, to adopt this. Is there any second? I'll second it. All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Jain, seconded by Chair Becker. Any objections? Seeing none, the motion carries 6-0. Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Jain.
That's
Anybody?
it.
Okay. Anybody else? Commissioner Biagini.
Okay, there I go. Did I make a motion to extend past 10 o'clock? Do we have a few more items to go?
Sorry, what was that? Can you repeat that, Nancy?
Do I need, since we still have reports of commissions and boards, items on the agenda, do I need to make a motion to extend past 10 o'clock?
Let's try to wrap it up by 10 o'clock.
And for the record, you still haven't modified 2.8, so it still says 11 o'clock, actually. You still take formal, change 2.8 to 10 o'clock, if that's
Okay, I have to move that we modify that section to reduce the time to 10 o'clock as a reflection of our new start time.
Second.
Any objection then?
All right, I object. So that would be, does everyone else know of their objections? All right, so that would pass 5-1.
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess I would say, I would add when the meetings start at 6 or earlier.
I should have been more detailed. I'm not suggesting it's an absolute hard limit. I'm saying that is the point at which we can entertain the idea of adjourning the meeting to another time or another session. Clearly, if you're at 10:49 and you have 20 more minutes worth of tasks accomplished, it would be ridiculous to adjourn. But we do need a target time so that we can explain why we would pause the meeting or move it to another day. So that's all.
How about we just keep it 11 o'clock then?
I don't, you know, we asked you this because there also is an imposition on the staffs having to stay late, and we're trying to reduce the amount of overtime, and a lot of our staff members have either acquired the overtime or have to do comp time, so that takes away from their office hours. So that's why we would like to, I think it's reasonable to say 10 p.m., but if it warrants it, you can extend the time. But since we're starting an hour earlier, you know, I think it's incumbent upon the commission to be aware of the time frame for the evening meetings.
Well, so I'm just saying in the concept of understanding about time, and especially for staff. But for example, the city council had 2 meetings in a row, Monday and Tuesday. Those were 8-hour-long meetings. And so I'm seeing it in our perspective that it could be adjusted. You know, we should have a firm cutoff of 11 p.m., but we should expect all of our meetings to end earlier than that, before 10 p.m. But if we have really heavy agendas, I really do not want to see us continuing things. Commissioner Biagini?
All right, let me just add this. I think that the words endeavor and the definition of endeavor gives that flexibility. It's not just between us. I think Xander brought up a great example when Debbie Costa was chair, and you have somebody come in and it's after 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock, and they want to bring something up. I think it empowers the commission and the chair and helps out staff if you are able to say our policy is, no, not allowed by our policy. So I don't want to cut somebody off, but I also want us to have some sort of an establishment of what we're endeavoring to do. And using the word endeavor gives us the flexibility to go past that if we want, but it also gives us the opportunity to say, hey, no, there comes a point in time.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
That's exactly what we're trying to achieve. Yeah.
Okay. Commissioner Jain, you have a comment?
I guess I was just saying that what if we decided to move the meetings back to 7 p.m.?
Then we should adjust the end time appropriately.
That's sort of why I wanted the clause saying that essentially we're limiting the meetings to 4 hours. But endeavor just means we'll try. It's not a hard and fast rule.
Exactly.
So I was just going to add maybe if they started before at 6 or earlier.
Yeah, keep in mind, we've also started meetings early for training sessions and other things that would normally be something the public cared to participate in.
Yeah.
So we keep an end time that's fixed so that the public and the commission know what our target time is, but we can be flexible.
Yeah, I think having that 10 o'clock time limit is good because it sets the expectation that, you know, the people who are listening to our meeting know that, well, if something doesn't get heard before 10 o'clock, there is a chance that it could get continued.
Yeah.
I could see that. Okay.
And if it's desperately needed to be heard, then we have an option to vote to extend. So
That's a good idea. Okay.
Thank
Commissioner
you.
Jain, do you have any other comment before we move on? No?
Sorry,
Okay.
I forgot to lower my hand.
All right, so that one passed 5-1. Okay, and I now see what you guys are talking about, so that makes more sense. Unless we have to re-vote for it again?
No,
No.
you already supported it.
Okay, cool. All right, any other commissioners have any other motions or ideas for this? All right, seeing none, we're done with this item then, correct?
Just to clarify, are you not making any motion regarding placing an item on the agenda?
And who was that? Sorry.
That was your attorney. Earlier, you spent a long time discussing how to place something on the agenda, and I didn't hear any motion regarding.
Okay, Commissioner Jain, do you have that motion?
Yes, I would like to. Put in some language there that following basically what the council is doing is that the chair can put something on the agenda and any commissioner may make a written request to the staff to put something on the agenda at a future time.
Okay. You got all that? All right, we got a second by Commissioner Biagini, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Any opposed? All right, seeing none, that passes unanimously, 6-0.
I'm sorry, who seconded that?
Commissioner Biagini.
Thank you.
All right, anybody else? All right, seeing none, we're going to move on. We're going to move on to reports of commission, board, and liaison and committee. One announcement and other items. Any announcements? Any hands? None hands? Oh, okay, none. Okay, I just want to say I want to thank everybody for being the chair of the Planning Commission. I learned a lot from you, especially new chair Salame, Vice Chair Biagini, Commissioners Jain, Ikezi, Kelly, and Cherukuru. You guys are a stellar group of people. I could still hear a lot of reverb from staff, I think. Sorry about that. But anyways, we get along. We can all disagree, but we still care for each other and we all support each other. We act like adults. We all have been fighting. We all can argue and disagree on something, but we fight for the best of the city. We are civil and we respect each other and we don't trash talk each other. We can laugh and get together and share stories with each other, but especially during this whole pandemic, we've been watching each other and helping each other out. And I appreciate every one of you have been in contact with me during the pandemic and keeping in contact with each other to make sure we're okay. Thank you to the community. Thank you to our staff, especially during this pandemic. Elizabeth, Gloria, Rena, and Kirian, I really appreciate all your support. When I was the chair, I really appreciate everything you have done, as well as thank you to our stellar video staff. You have done a remarkable job taking care of all this and keeping up with this meeting and keeping up with not only our Planning Commission meeting, but the Marathon Council meeting. So I look forward to these, during this pandemic, I actually look forward to these meetings to spend time with all of you. And sometimes I don't even want them to adjourn. I'm just kidding. I am proud we all share the title of Santa Clarans, and I am very proud to serve with all of you as planning commissioners. Thank you all as being as chair of Planning Commission. Any other announcements before we move on to the next item? Seeing none, I will now move on to Commissioner Travel and Training Reports, request to attend training. Any comments, anything from staff?
Nothing from staff.
Commissioner Jain? Oh, your hand went down. Oh.
Sorry, I was confused. I'm good.
Okay. Vice Chair Slade?
Yeah, I had a question about training. Since school really is impractical, is there any online training that staff have identified that any of us might be able to benefit from? That would be helpful if that could be as suggested option, because then I could review to see if there's something appropriate that we take remotely.
Elizabeth, have you received any announcements on training? We do get some in the Planning Commission inbox, but we normally forward those to you.
Yes, no, I haven't received anything, but we can check online to see what is coming up and present that to you.
Yeah, because I look for recommendations. I'm not, well, you guys might know what's out there. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair Slade. All right. Anything else for that, for Commissioner Travel or Training Reports? All right, seeing none. Director of Community Development Reports, Planning Commission Budget Updates.
I'm going to have Elizabeth, she put up the visual because we didn't have a memo in advance. Do you want to explain that, Elizabeth?
You want me to read that? This was sent to all commissioners, so hopefully you have reviewed it. The budget for the fiscal year is $28,200, and there is information on the memo that the adopted Planning Commission budget for fiscal year 2021 is $28,200. However, please note that discretionary general fund expenses in the city's budget are under review for possible reduction measures in response to the unprecedented financial situation as a result of COVID-19. Due to limitations on travel and other training-related activities, we anticipate that there could be a reduction in department training budgets, including the Planning Commission budget, but this is not yet determined.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
Okay. So you mean no trips to Hawaii then, huh? Darn. Okay. Any other Planning Commission budget updates?
No, that's
Vice
it.
Chair Salame, you have a comment?
No, I have none.
Oh, your hand was up.
Sorry
about that.
Thanks.
Okay, so upcoming agenda items?
Yes, just a minute here. The next meeting on August 26th Planning Commission meeting, there is a staff proposed amendment to the Tasman East specific plan to replace a proposed street extension of Calle del Sol with a pedestrian and bicycle paseo. So in the plan, it did give an option of either a vehicle pathway or potentially a pedestrian paseo. And so that design consideration will come before you, as well as the text potential text amendment for consideration.
Okay. All right. Next item, city council actions.
Yes, so since your last meeting, there have been 3 council meetings and only a few actions related to planning commission items. On July 7th, there was a DA amendment for 1205 Coleman Avenue. That's the Coleman Gateway project. And council did vote on that 6-0 for a modification to project phase 2 that will have 15% of affordable housing units instead of the previously approved 10%. And that was a recommendation from the Planning Commission. Also on July 13th, there was a sustainability study session with council, and there is a new sustainability coordinator, and she gave that presentation. Also, an item that you saw recently was the development area plan number 2, and phase 2 was approved by council 6-0. And then there was a meeting the following day on July 14th, and that's for the exclusive negotiating agreement with Republic Metropolitan for the property at 500 Benton, and it was approved for a 1-year extension to work out the terms of the ground lease. That's it. That's all I have to report.
Great, thank you, Gloria, appreciate it. All right, I just want to say thank you, congratulations to Chair Flame, Vice Chair Biagini, and Secretary Cherukuru on their new roles. And is there a motion to adjourn the meeting till the August 26th meeting?
Motion to adjourn.
All right, motion by Commissioner Biagini, second by Commissioner Jain. All in favor?
Aye. Thank you. Good
Good night, Santa Clara.
Thank you.
Thank
Good
you.
night.
Thank you. Good night.
Right.
Good night.